Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for joining in the stream. And I see that we have Witchy Mama put in all of our disclaimers for tonight's show. Again, we're going to be reviewing Seth's live, where he did a panel. And this was the most recent kind of a Q&A style, where a couple of us were up on panel. It was Jen, Smiley, Betty, and myself, Bullhorn Betty. And, people had asked questions in the live chat, and then our friend Bo helped gather all those questions up, and Seth answered them for us on his live stream. So I'm just in the middle of playing that because it was a really great live stream, and lots of things to kind of go over because they were really great questions that were asked by the audience, the viewers. And then we had a chance to ask some questions as creators as well. So Seth has been doing a great job of just spreading awareness. And Witchy Mama, thank you so much, guys. Make sure you click these flyer links, and you can share Summer's flyer, Michael Monkey Vaughn's flyer, Devlin Lee Hatfield Tate's flyer, also Sebastian's flyer. So spread them around, spread some awareness. You could just send a digital copy also. And little Miss Sharon is here. Good to see you, little Miss Sharon. And Holly, so good to see you. Thank you for being here. And also the Real Sisters in Crime. Hey, Trishy. And Trishy made this really cool video, like a short video. And then she sent it to me, and I was like, oh, that's cool. Let me see if I can't add some stuff to it. And we kind of collaborated on this video, but in the background, you'll see the dragon and Sebastian. And so that was part of that video too. And I also sent Seth over the video because I thought it was really cool. And, it's just pretty neat. Of course, this is just like an overlay, but something for you guys to watch in the background. And hey, Scranton Strangler, good to see you. Our friend Holly S. and Miss Ann is here. Hey, Gail, good to see you. And also Detroit Rock City is in the house. Good to see you, Detroit. And, Detroit, I'm just like over here wanting your spaghetti sauce because when you talk about, I know you're making tomato, you had tomatoes in your emojis. And I'm like, ooh, I bet you make the best sauce. And I was actually talking to Kiki earlier, and I was talking about making pickles. And I was like, oh, I love pickles. And I've also made pickles, but I'm not great at canning stuff. I'm always nervous that, I don't know why I think the glass is going to explode, but it just makes me so nervous doing it. I do have a canning set, although I don't know what I would do with the cans and stuff. I would just be giving them away. But so that is so awesome, Detroit. I'm so glad to hear that your garden is doing so well, and you're able to kind of gather from there. So, and hey, Lori, good to see you. And let's see, we also have Miss Smiley is here. Hey, Smiley. So good to see you. And thank you so much for being here. And I also watch you on the replay, Smiley, because I know it's like I try to do the day shows, and then something always happens. Like the last couple of days, I've just been so busy, and I was like, well, I guess it's good to get everything done in the beginning of the month. And then I can move forward. But I've also been putting things together. It's just a lot to put together, guys. And really, sometimes, as well as I know Sebastian's case, it just makes my head spin with all of the, talk of maybe the town and the talk of the internet, mainly the internet streets, right? And there's just so much that I get dizzy. And I'm like, oh my gosh, how do I make a video that's impactful for people, especially knowing what we know now that Sebastian had to go through. Because that really breaks my heart. And it's just tough to navigate through everything, right? And then go back and listen to the lies of Chris Proudfoot, and it's infuriating to me knowing that he was saying things to people like, you're going to have to apologize and give me a public apology, and when this is over everybody's going to owe me, and how do you like your pie, humble pie, how do you like your crow or whatever. Um, it's just very, like, it pisses me off to a whole nother level, right? Where I'm just, it's unbelievable. And then to think that that's why the police did such a weird job of investigating, or I don't know if we could even say they investigated Sebastian's case, but everything makes more sense now that we know some of this stuff. Hey, Cinderella, good to see you. So welcome in everyone. Hey Bo, and also Sharon Marlowe is here. Oh, is it cracking? Oh, thank you, Sharon, for letting me know. I switched it so it wouldn't do that, but maybe there we go. Okay, hopefully that's better. Thank you for letting me know too, guys. Um, I hate when it crackles because I know that's annoying, especially for people who wear their earbuds. Um, okay, dilly beans. Those sound so good. Oh my gosh, Detroit. That's so healthy too. Hey, Valley Gal, good to see you. Thank you, Holly. Like I said, Trishy put like this little video together, but I thought it'd be cool to add the dragon part and Sebastian. So I was like, cool, just something to look at for you guys. And I'm very visual. And until I can get everything for my studio figured out, my little space over here, I figured we could do some cool animated backgrounds and stuff like that. So, um, yeah, that sounds so good, Detroit. So, I want to get into this because I kind of want to get into something else that I posted today. Um, there was a lady that showed up to Sebastian's gathering of voices, and her name is Brooke Harlan, and she is a big advocate against the corruption in Sumner County, and she has her own YouTube channel. And I shared something that she posted yesterday, or excuse me, I think this was a couple of days ago, and then she just posted like a short version too. Um, but I kind of want to go over that tonight. But of course, I also want to incorporate some of this into a video that I've been working on for the longest time. I just haven't put it out yet because there's so much corruption. And I don't know how to make an impact on you guys. I don't know how to make an impact where somebody that's local will be like, "Hey, you need to watch this video that lady put out," right? This lady that's a YouTuber. And some people might look at me and roll their eyes and be like, "Well, okay, YouTubers are annoying. They don't know what they're talking about." But when I show you guys these things, I'm showing it to you with their words, them saying it. So you don't even have to take it from me. Like, my opinion is going to be my opinion. But when you see it and you see the way that it plays out, I hope that it resonates, especially with people who live there, because we can't make a difference unless we really live there. And that's what's difficult for me, because as much as I want to make a difference, I don't want to move there. Like, it's so bad. It's like a beautiful place that is so corrupted and so awful, but it's so hard to show it because it's masked by like a very nice, affluent, pretty little picture of a place. And even when you're there, you can very easily forget why you're there, right? For me, it was to stand up against the corruption. For me, it was to help Seth not feel like he was by himself or alone in this, and that, there's other people that believe in him and want Sebastian found. because I do believe in Seth, and I think that he's doing exactly what any of us would do, because you have to. You don't have a choice. You can't just forget about your kid and say, oh, well, they didn't find him. There are some parents that do that, unfortunately. Oh, that is so cool, Paige. Hey, Paige. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you for the jewels. That is really cool. I wish I could put it up on the screen as an animation. Hey, love, mama, love. Good to see you. So, yeah, it is. I'm still sounding crackly. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Okay, let me see. Hold on. Because I don't want to be. Okay, so hopefully that fixes it, but let me know in the chat if you guys are still experiencing that. So I apologize. I thought I had it taken care of, where if I plugged in my earbuds first, then it wouldn't do that after I changed the audio over. So I apologize. But let's get into this with our, our beautiful friend Jen. Jen from Astrology for Mystics with Jen. She's got this big, beautiful smile that I stopped on. Look, there's our friend Jen. Aw. Oh, good. Thank you guys. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Um, so here we go. And of course, so now we have on the panel just Seth Rogers, which is Sebastian's father. We have Astrology for Mystics with Jen, our friend Jen. And then, yes, Lori, we're ready to roll. That's right. Okay, great. Oh, thanks, Witchy. Thank you guys so much. And then I'm, the little avatar. You can see me. And then Smiley is also on the panel with us. And so it was a great panel, except for Smiley and I were hanging on. So you'll see us just like three after this, shortly after this, I think, because we got through a lot of it. And basically, in the first half, you'll have to go watch the live to get the full commentary, of course, but just basically asking questions from the audience, and then we all kind of had a list that we were going off of that was the same list, that I told you Bo had made for us. So we're just like asking them randomly. But some really great questions came through. And some of them will be revisited, right? Because there's some follow up questions. And that's why I wrote more answers, right? Um, More answers, but more questions for the title tonight. Hey, Shauna. So, because it's so hard. Like Seth is giving us the answers, right? But then we still come up with more questions because we're like, but wait a minute, what about this? Because then that makes us think, okay, so if it's not that, then it must be this. Or okay, now that I have that confirmation, it's got to be this. And one thing that I'm going to do, when we do, or if Seth ever does like a part two to this Q&A from the audience, which I believe he might. I want to just revisit the Pharaoh technology, and because it was it was pointed over to the common area, right? The area that we all know as the common area, whether it's a common area or not. Um, you know, I'm not going to argue if with people back and forth. Look, it is what it is. But I do find it interesting that when we see the news coverage of the Pharaoh technology being used, that's the part that they were preserving through that technology that they could go back and look through the virtual reality glasses at, right? But if the lights video was nothing of evidentiary value, then why would they preserve that part of the outside? They were outside, behind the house, right? Like toward, excuse me, the technology was facing towards the backyard, towards the common area. And so I do want to follow up with that question, if we do have another Q&A. Thank you, Bo. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. That's so cute, little makeup brush and a star. And Valley Gal says it's insane. I was born and raised in San Francisco Bay Area. We escaped California and landed here, aka Perville, good old boys territory. Oh my goodness, California to Tennessee, same coin, different side, same outcome. Sad. And I mean, I think also we're really starting to see that even on a federal level, where it's just crazy how everybody's so intertwined with each other. And um we're made to believe that this side is good, this side is bad, but then really it's just all of them. And to me, when I look at Sebastian's case, and we hear from people like Brooke who are willing to come out and speak up, against it, um it's amazing what we find out, and a lot of it is coming out like crazy with the PDFs, right? Like everywhere you look, there's a baby girl, right? And I even saw one, and now this is not in Sumner County, but it was a female teacher, and she was going to like the Sonic with this little boy from her school. She was a teacher, had kids. I mean, she would do like the TikTok crazes, where you take the fruit roll up and you put the ice cream in it and roll it up and eat it. And, it's just really gross. Like, it's like, don't let your kids follow their teachers on social media. Like, that's all I got to say. It's weird if they do, might be a baby curl, and you just don't need that. It's awful. And these poor little kids. So, so okay, guys, and hello, Coffee Crime and Cats. Good to see you. I seen you posted a link for that video of the Bales Bonds lady. Yes, that's Brooke. That's Brooke Harlan. Wild, because I literally just seen that in my feed. Had no idea. Wild story. That lady is one heck of an advocate. Who she has as a guest. Well, yeah, exactly. And young Buck had dealt with a lot of situations himself, pertaining to Sumner County and their corruption, and her husband also, Shauna. Um, and I played it here too. Brooks' husband came up on Bullhorn Betty's panel and spoke against the corruption and some of the unsavory hiring practices that Sumner County Sheriff's Office uses, right? I'm not saying that people shouldn't get a second chance if they clean their act up, and I'm not here to judge anybody, but when you're allowing for, you know, police officers to still be police officers when they have like horrible criminal records, not a good thing. Looking the other way. So, I mean, Miss Ann, I'm so glad that you're here. So, okay, so let's go ahead and look, or listen to some more of this. And then once I get a chance to kind of bring us into that subject, because it does come up, I'm going to play some of, Brooks's also. So we're going to do kind of like a mashup with this. Jen Ward, or excuse me. Okay, whoopsie daisy. Sorry, guys.
Those things are expensive. Each one of my posters were over $500.
They're beautiful posters.
Mm-hmm. Sure are. You can't have them.
Hey Seth, Jen Ward, or excuse me, Jen Lou with Ward is also asking, have you thought about building into Sebastian's Law something that alerts the public of a missing child in the interim of an Amber Alert? Which I thought that was a great question.
I am working on something as well that should correlate and work with Sebastian's law. I just need somebody to actually pick up the phone when I call. And I saw you in my chat. Don't make me say your name, Army vet.
Oh,
Army vet.
Hey, Army vet.
SIO officer. Did you ever see a video of the bowling alley, the big fun day, any of it with family, or not at all?
Hold on 1
Was there a
second.
video? Was there a video of the bowling alley?
Yeah, I have the video. I have the video and I have stills from the bowling alley.
Okay, so right here, obviously Seth is saying I got the stills and I've also have the video from the bowling alley. Now, those of us who have seen the Texas Roadhouse footage, we all know that Sebastian did not look happy and neither did Katie. And I think that speaks volumes. You know, I know Shauna, we poor vet. And hey, Janet, good to see you. So, you know, it's just very interesting that Seth has that and then his response.
What do you want to know about it?
I don't know what they wanted to know if you've seen it.
Kidding, I shouldn't. I was
Have you
teasing.
seen the video?
I've seen it. Am I sharing it? No, I haven't shared it with y'all.
Right. That's a question. Are you sharing it?
I mean, I saw it and I saw the video. And you saw how Sebastian was, who was all in. There was only 2 people that I saw for the video footage and the stills I got. And it was him and his mom.
Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you.
What was I saying before that?
And what I should have asked is how long is the video footage and what timestamp is it, right? Because I'm wondering if there was enough time that was allotted for prior to going, right? But again, I think there's just every time a question is answered, we have more questions. And so yeah, I feel bad for Seth, but because obviously it's just going to drum up more questions. But yeah, I'm just wondering because if they went straight from the bowling alley to the Texas Roadhouse, was there really a reason to skip over? And also, what time did they get to the bowling alley? Because again, Katie says that they went to BJ's, then they went home and dropped the groceries off, and then they went back out. So they were in and out of the house, and over at Dara's house apparently too. So they were just in and out places all day, going back and forth and that sort of thing. Yeah, it was said. It sure was. It sure was said, Detroit, that it was there that they were there for 10 minutes. Right. Yes. So did they have enough time to bowl or did they go directly to the Texas Roadhouse and eat? Like, since they couldn't go bowling, did they just go eat? And I know that doesn't seem like maybe that pressing of a question, but it speaks to the timeline. Um, for me, it does. Hey Trishy, good to see you. Hey, I used part of your video for the background video, so I didn't know if you see it. I did like an overlay, um, but yeah. So thank you for that, Trishy. But this again, guys, is just so interesting because we don't have a proper timeline, and also it seems like they got home early it seems to me if there was only two people, right? Like say if there was leagues and there was no way they were getting to bowl that night, I can see them leaving. But if it was just a couple of people waiting, that they had to wait to bowl, then they could have done all of that, and Sebastian still could have gotten home by 9 because obviously there was no bedtime routine. She told him to go to bed, and he did. Right? I mean, I'm sure he had to brush his teeth, but that takes what 5 minutes to brush your teeth, right? But again, just more questions, more the more answers, the more questions that we have. Oh yeah, Trishy, I love it. I was like, I wanted to put it in, and then I was like, okay, so how do I incorporate it? The backgrounds are so different on Restream than StreamYard, so I'm still getting used to all of that.
Um, Mr. Rooster, I've seen this question pop up 2 or 3 times. They want to know what part of California there was ties to. I know it was just deleted, but I don't know what that means or why they keep asking that. If you want to answer it, I don't know.
Somebody just asked something. Listen, we went to Frontline most of the time. There's three magics. Well, there's four D&D, but there's two main ones that we went to. We went to Frontline over on 101st, I think, is what it is, and then we went to the one over here on Fort Campbell Boulevard, the one that they had to rebuild after the tornado went through, and that's where we go play D&D and Magic the Gathering, card games. I'm sorry, what was your question?
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just kept seeing that. Sorry.
Somebody asked the question, but
Really quick, guys, if people would take the time to read the documents, you would know at least one place that they were affiliated in California, and that's El Cajon, right? So, because they gave the whole address and the filing of where they lived prior, in El Cajon. Now, of course, that was where Katie and Sebastian and Mr. Chris were living at that time when Sebastian was about 8 years old at the time of this all happening with the SA. And so we can kind of deduct a little bit. Now, we would have to be presumptive with that and say, okay, well, I'm presuming that they lived there when Sebastian was 8 and Mr. Chris and Katie were there too, right? Because Mr. Chris was there for a lot of the divorce, before the divorce was finalized and things of that nature. So, again, I don't know why people are trying to figure out things like that. But again, you know, it is what it is. People are going to have a lot of questions. So, hey Casey, you guys did so great the other night, and thank you so much for becoming a new member. That's awesome. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Very cool. Very cool. Thank you so much. And again, you guys did great. I was there and working on some things, but also listening. And yeah, I just really enjoyed your guys' podcast. So, yeah, exactly, Janet. We'll never stop praying for you, Seth and Sebastian. Jesus brings Sebastian home. We have faith. We keep on praying. God is good always. Thank you, Janet. Yeah, absolutely. I just can't believe we're here. And, I can't believe Seth is having to go through all of this. Just, yeah, it's so unfortunate. But I'm praying with you too, Janet.
I was squirrel brain. A Army vet, check your phone.
Seth, the mob crew asks if you can answer, did TBI or Sumner County Sheriff's Office, um, did they tell you about the 3D scanner results? Because he says it's not something that's typically used, in his opinion, in a missing child's case. And I think that's a great question.
They did not tell me the results. They just said that They didn't find anything.
Okay, I totally thought that there was going to be an ad coming on. I'm like, it's coming, it's coming. Um, okay, hold on. Okay, and usually I think it's just like, well, my understanding of that would be that they're preserving the crime scene for later so that they can come back and look at it. So they're just, because I guess you could use like a virtual reality to view it later, is my understanding of that technology.
I have no idea. They said that they were coming in to measure walls and everything else to make sure that there wasn't a hidden area in the house.
Oh, okay, okay. I remember Sonny talking about that, Sonny Weatherford. See, and I've never heard that. Valley Gal says a very early video she talked on how they went home to drop off snacks and for him to shower because boy, in my opinion, can't find it now. Also can't find the video regarding LETBI stating the parents did not want their names and addresses out. I do remember that as well. And those are the things I'm trying to gather up. Um so I'm glad you jogged my memory on that too. See, that's why my head's always like going a million miles a minute because I don't know how to gather all of this and put it in a timeline form. Like I know how to, it's just a lot of information. I've never heard about the shower before though. That Sebastian came home to shower. Why wouldn't they shower before they went out that morning? Why wouldn't he eat his spaghetti pancakes and take a shower right quick before they went out for the day? And why would they just in the middle of the day take a shower? That's weird to me. I mean, maybe it's not weird. Maybe Sebastian liked to do that, right? Like maybe he didn't want to take one right away in the morning. But wow, yeah, I wasn't I've not heard that. I do know that they were saying they didn't want their name and address out and they didn't even barely want to talk to anybody, you know. Thank you. That's interesting.
I don't think they did luminol. I don't think they did any type of forensics in the house. And what's worse is that I know that they had multiple. They had a lot of dogs come in there. But there were so many people in the house, so many different scents. That I mean, to me they messed up the investigation. They should have done a lot of different things for my son. It should have never got to this point, but
No, it should have never got to this point. And Holly, it is weird how some of the videos just disappeared. And I've not heard that either. I don't know about the spaghetti pancakes. Look, I was listening to Deception Detective too, and he's like, why would a mother tell people when she's supposed to be talking about the events of the day that, her son went missing, right? Or telling the story? Why would she give out a recipe and tell people to Google the recipe, right? Instead of just saying spaghetti, I made a fun breakfast of spaghetti pancakes. It's just, I mean, I don't even know. God dang. I don't know. It's just weird. It's just like, it's just the story, in my opinion, the script is designed to distract from the real details. Who gives a flying Fukushima about spaghetti pancakes? We don't give a crap about it, but it's just something that's so like obscure that people are going to have questions. Oh, spaghetti pancakes, what's that? Google it, y'all. And then here's Katie. She all of a sudden has a weird catchphrase in a missing child's case, and that's how the circus begins. She is the opening act, right? She's the ringleader in the beginning. And I believe that about Katie when I saw her in court with Bullhorn Betty. I'm like, oh, she is pulling all the strings, right? And there's so many distractions. It's so hard to get any of it. you know? And I love when people like Deception Detective say things in a way that I've never thought of it before. But he said, you know, why would she basically tell people to go look up the recipe? It's like, don't look over here, look over here. And she literally directed us to go look at a fucking recipe. And believe me, I'm just as guilty as everybody else. The first thing I did was Google it, y'all. And don't tell me you didn't, because I won't believe you, right? Because it's one of those things. It's bizarre, it's obscure, it's something none of us really understand or know what it is. And I even said that it was like, it sounded disgusting because I didn't even look up the version that they actually supposedly made, right? Which is the one where you take the batter, the pancake batter, and you put it in a squeeze bottle, right? And then you make it look like spaghetti, right? Like it's thin and it's coming out and you're cooking it, and then you can put powdered sugar on it. Now that sounds really tasty and it reminds me of kind of like a funnel cake. But even though funnel cakes are fried, but this one I guess you would put on a griddle. But again, look at us talking about this for the last minute, right? Just because it's a bizarro thing that nobody understands, and it's something that would take some time to clarify, right? Like, what's a spaghetti pancake? I've never heard of that. But then again, she tells us to go look at the recipe and doesn't even, I mean, then where's Sebastian, right? She's literally telling us, go, don't look here, look here. It's crazy, you know? Mm-hmm. And Shauna, it's super unnecessary. She could have just said, hey, we made breakfast after breakfast. And she doesn't even tell us what time. She wasn't like, hey, we ended up getting up about 9 o'clock, right? Because it's a Sunday. I would imagine a teenager usually would sleep past 9 o'clock unless you woke them up, right? Or they had some things planned for the day. But either way, hey, we woke up around 9 o'clock. We got some breakfast made. And then we ended up going out, picking up our niece, right? That's what they said they were doing, right? But then instead, Katie's telling us that, he called to brag to people, right? To the family. We spoke on the phone with family just to brag. But again, she puts no times, on the day at all. She's not like, well, we finally, after picking up my niece, we ended up getting over to BJ's like around, 11:30, right? Something like that. But we've never been able to nail down any time frames. Katie refuses to do it. And if we didn't know Katie and her background at all, we would totally think that she's a moron, but she's really not a moron. I mean, she's a military vet, right? So those people are always on time. They even have their own time, which is military time. And you mean to tell me that Katie doesn't understand how to give an accurate timeline of events? I mean, that's all you do when you're reporting back to your commanding officer. Your time has to be accounted for always in that job. So again, it's a huge distraction and it's crazy. Um Valley Gal says, I begged her to come forward so we could help. No accusations prior to any interviews. I was told you want not need to hear from me. Then her explanation too, interviews at the beginning, CP quote is the same. And I mean, that's the thing. Katie could have made this really easy on herself, but then again, you know, you also have Cruella and Colossal Popcorn Tooth, her husband, pulling a lot of strings as well, right? They don't want their little Chrissy getting in trouble. I also reposted, a comment that Chris's mother made. Well, it's not my car in the neighborhood. Don't you dare try to implicate me in a hoax about. Excuse me. Don't you dare include me in a scheme to hurt a child. Talking about Sebastian. So what you're saying there, Kathy, is that you're admitting that there was some kind of scheme to hurt Sebastian. By the way, now we know what your son said about Sebastian. I mean, it's all bogus. Coffee Crime and Cat says just like telling everyone to look for other missing people too. It's just weird. It is very weird. It is very weird. It's because they don't want people to look over here. So, hey, Bluegrass Meadows, good to see you. We need Nancy Grace to surgically remove Chris and Katie and go straight up ham on her. I agree, Bluegrass Meadows. I'm so surprised that Nancy hasn't covered any of the documents. Maybe she's waiting to see what happens. I would be so mad. I'd have to just do a whole show calling Chris out and being like, "What do you mean? What do you mean that you didn't hit Sebastian with the belt? Okay, oh, that's right. You said it wasn't a CPS service call. Well, at least you were truthful on that one, right? Because he wasn't truthful on the other things." Um, and it makes me think that maybe quite possibly Sebastian did get hit with the belt for being socially awkward at school. You know, it's just so sick to think about that. Yes, the Sisters in Crime says the extra details are red flags, especially when leaving out details during the key time frame during bedtime, in my opinion. And that is exactly it, Trishy. We just don't know because there's all that time that is not accounted for, those 2 hours, but between at least 7 p.m. and 9 p.m., right? And then we hear the noise or the thud in Sebastian's room. You know, does she a better job with piss in the corner isn't holding her face, her hands in the beginning? Well, and I'm telling you, Seth had said also, hey, Shadow, that, Chris was mad as hell when he found out that Katie went and did a polygraph test with the TBI, and he was throwing a fit and yelling at people and her in front of the TBI, and just we all know how he throws the fits. You know that statement. You don't. Excuse me. This that statement. You don't need. You want to hear from me. Prior to any interview, I was done what a mother says. That when peeps are trying to help. I mean, none of the things they've ever done makes any sense to me because I would be seriously out in the community helping, right? Like, I mean, that baloney that if Sebastian gets back home, he can call me on his cell phone. It's sitting on the counter plugged in. That bullshit too. You wouldn't be able to keep me in the house, you know? So, hey, Cassie, good to see you. Thank you for being here. So good to see ya. Yeah, thank you so much for your prayers too. I mean, it's just so sad what he has gone through. And knowing what we know now is just so, I mean, it's beyond perplexing, you know. She threw me when she giggled after saying she told him to go to bed and he did. And she giggled. That's right, Scranton, she did. It was like she didn't, it was like, oh, duh, what do you want me to say, right? Like, I told him to go to bed and he did. Like, to me that's kind of how I take it nowadays. Of course, I've had evolving feelings about Katie and her demeanor and how she acts, the accents. We've seen a lot of strange behavior from Katie.
Everybody's on mute.
Oh, sorry. I'm just reading through some of these questions.
Yeah, sorry.
I would love some bracelets. How do I go about getting them, please?
Well, with the brace, I mean, I give those out at gatherings.
Do you believe when so many agencies are involved, it causes conflict? One hand doesn't know what the other is doing, per a TBI agent, Brent Booth. Well, I can say that I've talked to different police officers and agents, and they say that the jurisdiction is a difficult thing. What do you say, Seth?
Most of the time, I would say that if they know what they're doing, they'd work well together. Um, at this point in time, so far into it, I have no faith in neither one of the agencies, Sumner County or TBI. I mean, TBI said that they were investigating this from a criminal standpoint. It was a criminal investigation for TBI, but yet TBI doesn't come and they don't do any press conferences. When they did the one press conference with Sumner County, and when that lady turned around and said nobody was being followed or threatened, it's like, well, I've given you license plate numbers, makes and models of cars that were following my followers, that were my searchers, the people that were helping hand out flyers. I gave this information to them. And this was before they did this was before they held their one press conference. And when she came out and stated that, I couldn't believe it. I could not believe. I just couldn't believe that she sat there and discredited the people that were being scared from handing out flyers. I mean, people were threatening people who were just handing out flyers.
That's ridiculous.
To me, I was like, how can I didn't understand how, and I don't understand how a law enforcement agency is not trying to protect the people in their community.
Oh my gosh, yes, and it is ridiculous. Like who does that in a missing child's case? Well, I'll tell you, Seth isn't the only one that has been dealing with those kinds of things happening. I mean, it's crazy to think about, but in Michael Monkey Vaughn's case, people were taking down flyers. People are mocking and taunting his mother, in my opinion. I was in Brandy's live the other night, and she was talking. She had court the next day, um, and she was doing a live stream, and just the things that she's had to deal with is unbelievable. And we see this in Sebastian's case, and I couldn't believe when Susan Nyland, who is the TBI public relations officer. She's not a detective, she's not an investigator, but she is the public relations officer who has always been at these so-called press conferences, even though she's never been able to talk until that one. And I use press conferences lightly because many of these meetings were closed off to the public. Only select few people got to come in to ask questions. That's not how transparency works. It's awful that we see this type of secrecy within a department who had full knowledge that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was being abused and afraid of his stepfather, Mr. Chris. That is super suspicious to me. And justice for Sebastian, good to see you. She says, I've been shocked at Truth calling out Chris the past few nights. He's really mad at Chris for some reason. I do not watch Truth, right? I call him Elevated Goof just because of some personal reason that I'm just not even going to reiterate at this point. However, I would be upset too. The thing is that Chris and Katie have been manipulating people for a very, very long time. And I believe he is probably one of those people. I did go over his live stream where Chris came up on the panel because people were talking about his truck, right? And the geofencing. Um, in my opinion, they know a lot more from Chris and Katie than a lot of us do because they've talked to Chris and Katie. Um, and it's scary, some of the things that may have been told to them. But I do think it's also the reason, in my opinion, why Truth was asking um, about some very nasty subject matter. And look, I was traveling in Tennessee when that came out, so I was listening to it on the way home. Um, we had had a lunch at the Texas Roadhouse before I left Tennessee. Um, and that's where I was notified of this um, live stream where, Elevated Goof was talking about or speculating about Katie looking like she was pregnant, and that possibly, I mean, I don't even. Look, I don't know where, why, or how that came up. But I would just say that if you think that Sebastian and Katie had an appropriate relationship to that magnitude, then I would ask you why you think that. And that doesn't matter if you like me, hate me, or indifferent to me. I just would like to know why you would want to know that about Katie and Sebastian's relationship, because when you talk with them and they've become comfortable with you, maybe you've, received some red flags, right, yourself, right? Maybe your spidey senses have gone off, and you've noticed it. So whether I agree or disagree with him, I would like to know just why he would, wonder that the about Katie and Sebastian's relationship, because I do find it highly disturbing, and I would imagine he did too. Although I don't know him. Uh, I do know that I did listen to that live as well. Like I said, um, yeah, I'm glad to hear that people are coming out from that side, though, Justice for Sebastian, because I think it's important for us all to realize that Sebastian's the most important person, and getting the truthful information out about his story is the best thing that we can do for Sebastian, especially when, we might have a feeling about something we've been told, hey, Tam, you know, so yeah, very interesting indeed. Yeah. And I'm so glad to have all the sisters in crime here, guys. Oh, well, thank you, Trishy, for gifting 5 memberships. Oh my goodness. Well, that deserves a dragon party. That deserves a dragon party. Yay. Aw, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. And Bluegrass Meadows received one. Well, great. And hey, Justice for Sebastian got one. That's wonderful. Hey, Kylie's Nail Candy and True Crime Oracle. Oh, I love that name. Uh, got a membership as well. Holly Sharp, good to see you, and thank you for watching. And also Meow OG. All right, Meow OG. Well, welcome to the Dragon Tribe, guys. And just to keep our Discord safe, if you do want a link for the Discord, just email me, and I will get you a link for the Discord, just so we all know who's in there. And it's nothing, bad or anything. It's just I'd like to keep it a safe environment. We don't know who we're dealing with half the time on the internet. However, it's kind of a safeguard. It helps ease my mind, because we have a great group of women in there, and our few guys that we have in there. So you're welcome, guys. And hello, Ann Brock. So I just want to make sure everybody enjoys their time in there, because some of these can be pretty icky, and so I don't want that for you guys. All right, so let's keep going. But thank you so much, Trishy. That is so awesome. You guys helped with the channel tremendously, like with memberships and things like that. So thank you so much.
I don't understand how, an elected official doesn't care about what their constituents think. These are the people that elected you. You need to listen to them because they're the ones that elected you. They have problems. They elect you to fix the problems that are in the community. And when you don't do that, you don't just fail yourself in your duty. You're failing your own kids because you're not trying to make your community better.
Yeah.
Exactly. That is so true.
Blue Angel said, "Can we meet up and have a search drive or a walk in his name? Do you even think that would be safe now?"
Do what?
I said, do you even think that would be safe now because of the lawsuit? I'm just asking.
Uh, I don't know. I really don't know. I've already I've already had people sending me screenshots of people threatening my attorney.
Yeah, I mean, that just popped in my head. I'm just wondering and thinking out loud at, just things I've heard or seen. I'm just wondering if that would even be a good idea at this point. But what do I know?
Well, they're not going to stop me from doing what I'm doing.
Right. No, exactly. I understand that. But there's a lot to take into consideration. And I don't think a lot of people really understand that. But I know nothing's going to stop you.
You
I
know,
just had somebody in your chat when you started say Kathy said, "Hey, Smiley." Well, tell Kathy hello. But yeah, I don't think they get the gist of a lot of stuff, you know, and it's sad.
Okay, so Smiley's so cute. Okay, guys, I thought it was a little bit further into this live that Seth mentions about how he doesn't understand how, these people are not wanting to listen to their constituents, right? Because these elected officials should want to know what their constituents are thinking and feeling and wanting. So I want to pull this in, and I think this is a perfect spot for it. Although I wasn't anticipating it to be here. I don't know why. It's just kind of odd to me, but I thought we were going to watch more of Seth's. Now, this is Brooke Harlan. Um, she is very well known in the area because she is a bail's bondsman, right? She has a bail's bondsman office, but she also, I told you guys in the beginning, is big into advocacy and fighting against the corruption in Sumner County. So I want to show you guys this and just, listen here.
A kid in detention right now is worth $1,200 a day.
Mm-hmm. Say that again for the people.
A kid in detention right now is worth $1,200 a day.
Okay. A kid in detention right now, so that's in juvenile, right? Detention is worth $12,000 a day. Okay. So it's crazy because we talk about this a lot here. And it's like people really don't realize how much exactly. And this lady is here to break it down because she has been fighting this corrupt system in Tennessee for a very long time. Right. And it takes, major cojones, right? Because of course we're listening to what Seth is saying about the threats. And when the threats were placed on people that were searching for Sebastian, they were not being taken seriously, or they were given the runaround, right? Like, oh, okay, well, that's not our jurisdiction. You need to call this person. And this person saying, oh, well, we can't help you here because that's theirs, type of a thing. In my opinion, it's the runaround. If somebody has, in chat, I know I have been through it, has been put through the runaround, you just know how it feels because and I call it the hokey pokey, right? I hate the hokey pokey, and I'm not going to put my arm in and out and in and out, right? I'm not going to turn about. No, I need a direct line to someone that can help me. I am being harassed. I'm being stalked. I'm being followed, right? But you need to help me with that. It's not this person's jurisdiction or that one. Tell me who I need to speak to, right? But when you're dealing with this, it can be maddening, and then on top of it, we have that assistant district attorney who is named in the lawsuit, and that is she's former, she moved to a different district, right? But her name is Jenny Smith, and she was talking about how all the kids need to be locked up and all their cell phones need to be taken away because they're just wreaking havoc on Sumner County, these teenagers. Now, I want you guys to listen again how much they get for these kids.
A kid in detention right now is worth $1,200 a day.
Say that again for the people.
A kid in detention right now is worth $1,200 a day.
Okay, guys, and this is misrepresented with Brooks Harlan. I think I said 12,000. So I'm sorry, 1,200. Woo, doggy. If it's that, well, no wonder. No, I'm just kidding. So again, just to put it into perspective, you know, it's something that everybody should know about and everybody should be talking about, because these children are facing extreme conditions, abuse, neglect. They talk about children, who are being beaten up by their peers, but the caregivers are the ones who are encouraging it. And we've talked about this before, but it's just so validating, in my opinion, because sometimes I feel like I'm not, being true or real. Like, I'm like, this can't be so conspiracy driven, right? But it's not a conspiracy. It is the God's honest truth. And it's scary that these children are being used this way, right? So if we, add a zero to them, that's $12,000 for 10 kids, right? So that's a lot of money. And there's more than 10 kids in these detention centers. And especially when there was this huge push when this assistant district attorney was pushing for these kids to be put away, Yes, Detroit, 1,200 a day. My son was in juvenile custody and it was 500 a day. They put a lien on our house to pay it off. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, Detroit. And the thing is that it's not the parents' fault. Now these people, like, okay, Bledsoe Youth Academy, for example, we did a deep dive. We know all about that place, right? But it's ever changing. It's ever changing, and they get money from the state, so nobody pays for that. If they give a referral through DCS in Tennessee to put your child in Bledsoe Youth Academy, you don't have to pay for it. They're taking responsibility of your child and putting them through their program, so to speak, right? They do an intake. Now that's what Bledsoe Youth Academy has turned into, is an intake facility, right? But back when Sebastian Rogers had a referral to Bledsoe Youth Academy, it was a place where they actually stayed there, right? They had beds, right? But now it's a place where people are evaluated and then they're sent off to different places. So I think that that's another scary aspect to this story, because they could have evaluated Sebastian and taken him someplace else, right? Because they have ties to a lot of different places. Hey, Babs. So it's so sad, So I'm saying, Babs, it's not the parents' fault always if the child is acting up. I mean, I think that parents need to take responsibility for their part in things, but sometimes kids get in with the wrong crowd or something like that. There's a lot of reasons why kids would end up going to a juvenile detention center. So that's what we're talking about. And again, guys, please go sub up to Brooke Harlan. She is awesome. And this is her podcast, Misrepresented.
Connie, thank you so much for being here with us again today. I know that you have been on Misrepresented before, and we're so grateful that you're back with us here today. I know that you have not yet had the privilege of meeting my co-host, Young Buck. So
Great.
if you could just share with him a little bit about who you are, what do you do? Fun fact that you don't know, or you may not know, Connie came out there with me to your protest.
For me to be free. And I
Yes.
wanted to start off by telling you thank you. You know, from the bottom of my heart, I really do appreciate that. Dealing with the situation that I've dealt with in Sumner County and continue to deal with, it's wrong. It's really, really wrong. And just to know that it was somebody like yourself out there, because at that time I was in a cell and all of the guards were telling me, hey, you got these people out here, and I'm sitting there thinking, you know, I knew Brooks was putting something together, but to actually meet you and to you know, really get a chance to sit down and talk to you, it's a great experience for me. But again, thank you for coming out and help protesting for
Well,
my
you are
release.
so welcome. And I know you don't know me very
Yes,
well.
ma'am.
And I do want to tell you something about me that's really critical. And I've done this whole thing with Brooke, but it's been a while. And people have got to understand it and hear it more. You know, I was falsely prosecuted for
Oh, wow.
2 felonies.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Yeah, and I practiced law for 3 decades. I traveled all over the state of Tennessee, helping families all over the state, primarily fighting their own government, right? Fighting DCS, fighting people who've been taken, adults who'd been taken into protective custody. I mean, I just was fighting Tennessee all the time. And I got so good and so aggressive, and I became a citizen activist way back in 2008, but before it was even cool to do it. And I would go down and I'd talk to the General Assembly and I'd educate them about the judges and what the judges were doing. And they're like, oh, it's so hard to do an impeachment. I mean, you don't have to do an impeachment. We have a great constitution under Article 6. It says you can remove them. They're like, what? So I went through this education process. Well, just to be honest, I pissed a lot of people off. Okay.
Yeah, well, you know, you're going to piss a lot of people off, right? When you stand up against corruption, when you stand up and say this is not right, you are going to have a lot of people who are going to be pissed. It's just going to happen like that, right? You can't help that outcome. You can't help or let them dictate whether you're going to take a stand or not. And for this lady to be so brave and to use the Constitution as a tool, right, but also as a weapon against this corruption is ideal, especially in an area like Sumner County, who likes to say that they are conservative and that they, you know, stand on the constitutional values and things of that nature. Well, you can't possibly if you're trampling all over people's civil rights. I mean, come on. And children, no less, you know? So it's just so sad. You know, it's just, and Shauna, it's a difficult decision to make, especially if you live in the area. And it can come with some of the things that she's dealt with. I mean, wrongfully accused of 2 felonies. How many people were given DUIs who weren't under the influence and didn't deserve to have one? It's unbelievable what they do in this area. And this lady is very brave. Connie is her name.
You know, the powers that be didn't like somebody who was that aggressive, especially a chick, to be honest with you.
I agree. I can see that.
Yeah, so I was
I
helping.
wonder what they think of Lady Freedom. I wonder what they think, right? Because look, and I'm here to tell you, the ratio of men to women at the gathering, it was mainly women, right? It was women taking a stand against this, right? All the while we have other groups, you know, that are saying they need security clearance, which we'll get into that a little bit also. But all of these women out there taking a stand. It's very liberating, but also it shows that, women are tough. And just because, we don't have the same physical strength as men, we can absolutely take a stand and, stand up for what we believe in.
This one mom, and I'd been her attorney for 4 or 5 years. DCS kept bugging her. She was a single mom. She had a disability. She'd been struggling with them for years. They kept going to the school. And so she found me on social media, and I've had a social media platform for about 10 years. And so she called me up. She's like, DCS is at my door again. And I'm like, well, tell them you got an attorney. Right? I mean, if you're been charged with a crime and a cop calls you up and says, "Hey, we wanted you to come down and talk to us," you're like, well, "Wait a minute, I think I better call an attorney." Right?
Exactly.
And so I called and left messages. I said, she's got an attorney. We'll work with you. Just call me back. Message. Nobody called me back. Instead, they went and got a secret court order to remove her kids from her. Went to another county. I got very upset.
They got a secret court order. Okay, guys, let's pay attention to this right here. I'll play it back. They got a secret court order in another county to take away her children. So when we talk about DCS not being a part of, or couldn't possibly be a part of, Sebastian being missing, I would have to beg to differ, because of things like this right here.
A cop calls you up and says, "Hey, we wanted you to come down and talk to us." You're like, well, "Wait a minute, I think I better call an attorney." Right?
Exactly.
And so I called and left messages. I said, she's got an attorney. We'll work with you. Just call me back. Message. Nobody called me back. Instead, they went and got a secret court order to remove her kids from her. Went to another county. I got very upset. I was very mad when I finally found out about it. This was out in DeKalb County. I had her come back into Brentwood with me. I'm like, "Look, I'm going to call the judge." Next morning, my house in Brentwood's surrounded by cops, and everybody wonders what's going on. And they took her kids, and then I continued to fight DCS, got her kids home. And 2 months after I got her kids home from DCS, I get a call from the Brentwood Police Department. Says, "Connie, we have a indictment for you." I'm like,
Wow.
I'm like, "Okay." And she goes, "You and your client." And I'm like, "Okay." I said, "Well, look, I'll call my client. She'll come into town. You don't need to be chasing us down. We'll turn ourselves in. Right? So, and I said to her, this is kind of funny, right? I said to her, I'm like, "What's my bond?" Because I wanted to be prepared, right?
It's true.
I didn't know Brooke then, but I knew Adam, and Adam knew Brooke. That would have been my first phone call. I'm like, "What's my bond?" And she goes, "There isn't any." I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "What?" That, like, they haven't even set a bond on me. And so it was ROR. So some judge got a hold of it, and they knew some funny business was going on. But I was indicted on 2 felonies of accessory after the fact to commit a felony. And they charged my client with the felony of trying to steal her own child, basically.
All right. They charged her for trying to steal her own child, her own kid. DCS never got a hold of Seth when so many things were going on, right? So that's unfortunately the type of thing that we're dealing with here. It's absolutely insane to me. But then again, there are horror stories about DCS, CPS, all of these state organizations, right, that are saying they're in child protective or family services that are doing a lot of the same thing, but we're just seeing it here, and it's very prevalent, right? And again, I'm not saying that it only happens here. Hey, NorCal SoGal, I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that an injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere, and we're also seeing it in other places.
That's wild.
Now, let me tell you how bad this gets.
That's wild.
It's worse.
To be able to indict me and my client, the district attorney had to rewrite the law. The district attorney had to take the law that's in the books, and she had to erase a sentence out of it before she wrote the indictment.
And that's legal?
Well, unfortunately, it is. Unfortunately, that she could do that, and even the judge let her do it.
Wow. Unbelievable. Hello, YouTuber is here. Good to see ya. So it's just crazy, you know? It's just really unbelievable that parents have to be worried about the state coming in and taking away their kid. It's unbelievable.
And so I had been politically active. I was running for judge. They sat me in front of a jury, and during the week of early voting for judge in Williamson County, and charge got me convicted of two felonies, possible potential 12 years. Right, and I've never had a crime in my life.
I can imagine.
So anyway, I had to. There's a whole big story. We could do like 2 hours just on that, because when I got out of it, they indicted me on another fake crime. I mean, it was just relentless. But the important part of that is that they did this to me because I was an activist. Okay.
Right. They made a criminal out of her. They made her a criminal, guys. She had no record before this, but they made her a criminal, using every tactic they could in order to paint her as such. It is absolutely crazy to believe that you're trying to do the right thing and you're standing up for your convictions, and they're going to try to put you in prison. Rewriting the law, no matter who's voted in, can change by the peeps that say so. In my opinion, it's crazy. Exactly. It's the powers that be, Valley Gal. It absolutely is. It's their ball game, right? And if you don't play by their rules, they're going to try to make you into a criminal.
Okay.
And really, they're the criminals, in my opinion.
I lived in the same town. I had a family. I was reaching out to people all over the state, all over the country, and they had to silence me, and they had to discredit my name.
Yeah, and I can understand that very much so.
And what better way to do that? What better way to do that than to slap a couple felonies on you and make you go to prison for 12 years? Do you think anybody's going to listen to her after that? I mean, wow.
It's two different walks of life and two different people, but I've experienced that. Brooke spoke on something earlier where the media plays a big part in these situations with creating the image of an individual behind what they portray or put out to the people.
Yeah.
And I've been a victim of that as well. I feel like somewhere in the middle of that, you probably became a victim of that as well, because, we can relay the truth, and then they can take the truth and turn it into whatever they choose, just to be able to get that click or that view, and like I say, it's a dirty game out here.
It is a real dirty game. And in one day, when they convicted me of a fake crime, they stole my law license. They shut down my business. I had probably 40 pending cases of clients that I was helping all over the state of Tennessee. They lost their lawyer. They sent out an email. The judiciary sent out an email to every single judge in the state of Tennessee and said, Connie Regularly's license is suspended. She's been convicted of 2 felonies all across the state, even though they were fake.
Wow. Did you guys hear that? So they started emailing every single judge in the state and put her on a blackball list. Dirty game. Wow. And telling her clients and taking her business and taking her law license. My Lord. So I wonder what the Bar Association thought of that. I have so many questions for Connie.
Now, those crimes, those convictions have been reversed. And there are now 3 courts that have said there was no criminal conduct because they finally recognize what had happened. So I'm continuing to be a political activist. I am trying.
But look how long it probably took her. And she's trying to rebuild everything that it took her so long, that she worked so hard to build, all to discredit her. It's absolutely insane.
Trying to work on the governor's race, and I know you guys have interviewed Monty Fritz, and I am
Most
I am
definitely.
behind him. He's the really only true
Really
choice.
like that guy.
Yeah, and he's really the only true choice we have right
I
now.
really like that guy.
Yeah,
I really
yeah.
do.
And you've got Marsha Blackburn running, who's been a Politico since, she's probably 30 years old. She's got a home economics bachelor's degree, and her job before she went into politics is she was a fashion coordinator for a department store teen program. Okay.
Okay.
So then she got sucked into politics because some powerful people wanted her into politics.
Okay.
I've done a bunch of research. She's been in Congress, I don't know, 15 years now. She's introduced 506 bills. 7 bills have passed, and 5 of those bills are naming and designating post offices.
Wow.
And here's what's really critical I want people to understand is
Wow.
I think she is instrumental in the opioid epidemic. And I know those are words that are going to people are going to be batting their eyes at. But in 2016, when the opioid epidemic was just starting to raise its ugly head, she was a co-sponsor and a promoter of a bill that stopped the DEA from inspecting or investigating large shipments of opioids.
Oh, wow.
And she did it for money.
Oh, wow. Honestly, I've never of course, I had a chance to ever sit down and talk with Miss Black, what is it, Blackburn?
Blackburn, yeah.
But I've heard nothing but, I don't really hear a lot of good things. And if I was to ever sit down in front of her to have a conversation, I would start from, telling her, everything I've ever heard in regards to your name it carries a lot of negative behind it. A lot of it that I deal with, we're hearing is the amount of people that's been incarcerated in regards to her overseeing or doing or dealing with and things like that. So I'm here to listen and learn but I just want it to be known that this is a person that I very, very hear any positive things come from her name.
But let me tell you, if you were sitting across the table from her and you ask her some
Not to judge her, but
yeah, but you know what?
it's the
If you were
truth.
asking her those questions like that and you got a couple responses, it would take about a minute and you'd be looking at her and you'd be saying, am I talking to a robot? Because every response is a canned response about what she thinks her political supporters, which are big money,
Of
she's
course.
got $6 million
Yeah.
sitting in PAC funds and funds, to run for
talked a lot
political
about PAC money.
office. Core Civic, Pfizer, AIPAC, which is Israel. So, we want to get back to the people, and that's what I do. And I want people to
Exactly.
get out and vote. And I want people I want to be proactive now. I want to recreate Tennessee. And one of the ways I'm doing that is I go and I fight for good laws at the General Assembly, and I need more people to help me. And I need more people to vote.
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
10% of the people get out to vote
Yeah.
in
Yes, ma'am.
Tennessee.
Yeah.
And it's partly because they just don't know why they should. They don't know
Yeah.
why
Yeah.
they should, right?
yeah, well,
Well, and also some people are probably like, well, who cares about my vote kind of a thing. So this interview was on July 30th, 2026. So, I know somebody was asking about that in the chat. So, and oh. Okay. I'm sorry, I had to take care of that. Guys, we're not rude to people in this chat. It doesn't matter if you've had the best day or the worst day, and we're especially not going to make comments about my mods or the person that I'm playing tonight. I mean, there's a reason that I'm playing Brooks's live stream with this woman, Connie. It's not to get political with anybody. It's to show the corruption in Sumner County. It's how these brave people right here And Brooks was at Sebastian's gathering, and she brought an entire entourage of lovely people with her. And the person in here that is being so rude to Brooke and wants to make fun of her appearance, who I think Brooke is beautiful inside and out, just like my friend Detroit here. And that's not going to be tolerated. So there, you just lost your chance to chat in here, because this is the second time you've come in here and started ripping everybody apart. And that's not going to happen in here. I just took care of it myself. Brooke was at the event for Sebastian, and so was her husband. So maybe if you don't like it, maybe you can start your own channel. But you're not going to bring that hatred and crap into mine. That's for damn sure. Now that we have gotten rid of a major distraction and someone who is absolutely rude, we'll continue. And I agree, Holly, she is a badass. And she is more than welcome to come on my panel anytime she wants to. I would be honored to have her. Absolutely, Bo. I know it can be a little bit, because we want to give people, the chance to speak freely in here, but I'm not going to put up with anybody being rude. None of us are perfect. None of us have perfect lives. And we're talking about children who have gotten themselves in over their head and gotten in trouble. I feel sorry for those children. And you need to have more compassion in your heart for those children. Yeah, Tam, we just don't do that to each other in here. We take care of each other in here. And if somebody wants to share something pertaining to what's going on, or not, right? Our friend Brad comes in here and he gives me updates on Mackenzie Shirilla. Okay, and I enjoy his updates. And he got his ass chewed for that the other day. It's like, what? And, look, you wouldn't treat people like this in the grocery store, so why would you come in here and start doing that in here just because you're hiding behind a keyboard? That's ridiculous. And I'm really disappointed, because that person's been in the chat for a while herself. It was so rude. It was so rude, Lori. And no. So, yes, I was thinking that too. Holly. I think that would be a good collaboration between Brooke and Dog, So, yeah, absolutely, Detroit. I'm sorry I was so behind. I was waiting because I knew there was some parts that I needed to pause on, so I was in the other screen doing that. But again, like, that's how I was reading through an article the last time it happened. So I caught it after the live, after the fact. So yeah, you have to hope things are going to change. Hey, Brad. Speaking of Brad, hey, sorry, bud. I didn't mean to speak with you, like you weren't here. Good to see you. So yeah, I mean, and the thing is that this lady, Brooke Harlan, she is absolutely fighting against the corruption, and she has no problem getting out there and doing it. Right. I mean, and when you see her, she just has a presence about her. Like, I was like, who's the lady in the green blazer? Right. Like, she just has a presence about her, and she wants to get things done. She wants to make that area a better place, so.
Just to elaborate a little with, number one is they don't know why they should. Number one. And then I think the people are feeling exactly what Mr. Monty had spoken on, where, we invest in the ones that do vote. They, get these people in office, and everything that they promise to the people, they do the total opposite once they do get in that position of power.
Yeah.
So, enough of so much of that will make you start feeling helpless.
Right.
Like,
Oh, absolutely.
my vote
Yeah.
doesn't count.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And I think Tennessee, we've experienced that for a long time.
Yeah, but here's part of the problem. See, we put the people who do go vote, which is about 10% out of 6 million people. You got 600,000 that'll show up for this August election, which is not enough. But even the people
I didn't even realize it was that low of a percentage. 10% only. Wow.
who do go vote, they think in our heads, we go like, okay, well, now I voted in somebody who I think is good. They're going to represent me. They're going to go do a good job. That's not the way it works.
No, it's
Right.
not.
Everybody needs to go to their phone and they need to go to Google and they need to type in Find My Legislator. They need to get all their legislators. They need to put their phone number and their email in their phone. And once a week, I'm telling you, if once a week you emailed your state rep and you say, hey, this is Connie, me and my family out here in Rutherford County, I just want to let you know milk went up again this week. We're struggling out here. We're counting on you to support us. If they got 1,000 emails a week from the people, it'd make a difference.
It would.
That
It would make a
is
difference. Yeah.
Powerful.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And
it
that's
would make a difference.
educational
Yeah.
as well, because even
Yeah.
for me to hear that, it's very, very important to give to the people. And that is very important, Ms. Connie.
Yeah.
Because to be
Well, it is. It is so important. I feel bad because I keep interrupting Buck here, but no, what he's saying is it's very important. It's very important to um, let the politicians know we the people have the say so, right? You're supposed to accommodate us and what we need, right? And again, it goes back to what Seth was saying about how he can't understand why they don't care what their constituents think. And they very well should, because that's who's voting too. So, I mean, it's very, very interesting. Hey, Sabi Gamer, good to see you. So, yeah, it was just rude. Um, but yeah, I know in politics, well, and I mean, I hate to make it political because we don't, but look, the more I say that, the more I find myself, caring more about the political landscape and, you know, because I don't have control over that, right? Like I have my own place that I would vote, in my own area. But it's so important in my opinion because these are the people that are making the big decisions and who are running things, and when they're doing things like this, it absolutely needs to be exposed. But I don't like politicking anywhere. So but yeah, you absolutely can give us the Mackenzie Shirilla updates. I don't mind at all. So yeah, I know. And see, that's what's so hard for you too, Brad. Like, I mean, Brad saying I'm a native Tennessean and corruption was never this bad here, and I've lived here all my life. And it's got to just be so disheartening. And I know so many good people that live in Tennessee, some of my people that I call my good friends, where it's like I could never imagine somebody just coming and taking their kids or doing these things. It's awful. It seems like once you're on that radar, it's just, gosh. And Valley Gale says yes. Yet I will say they like it in a way because finding out who is running and what is not out there, and hate to find it. Yeah, yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, there's just so much going on, and it runs so deep. So, um, no, it wasn't NorCal SoGal, and I'm sorry I missed it too. No, don't be sorry. So, no, no, it's okay. No, I mean, I can absolutely relate to some of the stuff that's going on in this case. And it strikes a chord with me too. So I completely understand. NorCal SoGal says I can relate to an awful stepdad home life, parental abduction, and alienation from my dad 2,000 miles away. Yeah, and I mean that's another thing that people don't really realize is more commonplace is parental alienation, NorCal SoGal, and I'm sorry that you know that from experience. It is a real thing, and a lot of parents do have to deal with it, especially through these family courts, and they're so corrupt. It's so sad because the kids are the ones, hey, my PTSD, they're the ones that are suffering the most, and it's supposed to be whatever's in their best interest. And, they're not doing it. They're not doing it that way, which they need to be.
Able to direct, with the social media being where it's at and where life is at now, it's so many ways for us as people to show our presence by email, through DMs, so
right.
any of those things to make these legislators be aware of their actions and hold them accountable.
Absolutely.
And hold them accountable, so
Yeah, but here's
definitely.
the other side of that we have to work on, and this is one thing that I'm working on, you guys are working on, which is great. Those people have got to know something about what's going on, right? Let me explain to you the way our General Assembly works. It's like gang violence, our General Assembly is, right? There's a pack of people that control it. So the Speaker of the House, Cameron Sexton, William Lamberth, they get to create the committees. They get to appoint the committee chairs. They get to decide who goes on what committee. You don't get to go into the House and say, you know what, I'm really, really interested in energy. I want to serve on any committee that's energy related. You don't get to do that, right? So they put these committees together and they put these chairs together. And if you don't do what they say, guess what?
Yeah.
So you end up with a half a dozen people who are controlling the show. Out of 127, we got 99 reps. I think we've got 27, 28 senators. I'm off on my number there probably, but that's why. But I have seen, and I'm a citizen lobbyist. We write laws. We go down. We speak for laws, against laws. We've only got about a half a dozen of us that are down there doing this, but if we get 100 people to send an email, then once they find out what that law is, and I do some social media and stuff, like there was a really bad law this year, and I heard you ask somebody about putting the foster kids in detention.
Most definitely.
We talked about that on one of our previous
Most
podcasts.
definitely.
Yeah.
All right, guys, and I want to revisit this podcast, but this is really good information in this one. So I felt like we should start here. This is where I'm going to say it is so sad to hear this. And I don't care what these kids did in this situation. I understand that some of these kids are doing really, really bad things, but they're also kids. And we also have to think about what they're going through. And in my opinion, I think it's a good time to remember that we were all kids and some of us might not have grown up in the best circumstances. So again, just try to show compassion for what these kids are going through and what the message behind what they are saying on the panel here, Brooke, Buck, and Connie. Why it's so important that we show these kids compassion and care, and that the world you don't have to be so hard, right? Like, you need to look over your shoulder in this world, no doubt about it. Hey, Sammy. Hey, Alicia. But when all they're given is hate and no type of love at all, we wonder why these children are growing up to be this way. And I would just invite people to have an open mind, please.
So there was a bill out there, 2526, and what it said is if a kid's in a residential center and they assault a staff member or attempt to assault a staff member, the judge can lock them up for 6 months.
Exactly.
Do
In
you
the
know,
juvenile-
Connie, who the sponsors were on that bill? I believe I know. I just want to see if you know.
Well, Lamberth was the one who introduced it. Now, I don't know if he transferred it, but it was what was called an administration bill, which meant it was Bill Lee's bill, which meant it was the governor's bill. And so the commissioner, though, and DCS came in and spoke, well, we've got these kids that are so violent in there. I said, well, even with the truancy and locking kids up for truancy, first of all, your schools probably are not that good, which is why the kids are not going to school. Okay.
I can
Right.
I can understand that.
Like they don't want to go. Right.
Exactly. I'd rather stay home.
Exactly.
Now, of course, guys, I will say that I think, if a kid doesn't want to go to school, I mean, I can't remember how many times I didn't want to go to school, right? I mean, and I did decent in school. Um, so, I mean, I made good grades and everything. I was involved and stuff like that. Um, but, you know, I know what they're saying. It's just that sometimes I do think that kids, need to do things that they don't want to do sometimes, but I do think that there's ways of getting through to a kid. And if they're dealing with a lot, that's when you're going to see behavior issues come out, in my opinion, just as a mom, and teenagers are teenagers, right? They think they're grown. Sammy says, I'm behind, but if y'all haven't heard of the Take Care of Maya or didn't watch the trial, there's a Netflix documentary and a ton of stuff on LawTube, very similar but terrible. I did follow Take Care of Maya. I did. Um, Extremely sad. And, I think that is one that we should probably talk about. I have not seen the documentary, though. I would like to. NorCal SoGal says Seth had his son taken from him in California when KP moved Sebastian 2,000 miles away to Tennessee, and he followed suit to be with his son. And then CPS dropped the ball and effed up big time. Yeah, they so did, and it's a big problem that we're seeing across the board there, and they're treating these children with disabilities. There's 14 complaints against DCS right now for treating these children who have disabilities as a behavioral issue. Hey, Alicia. So, and thank you, Shauna. The Real Sisters in Crime say, Sammy G, exactly. I was thinking about that case too. The privatized CPS thing in Maya's case reminds me of this juvenile detention monetary incentivizing. Yes, Trishy, exactly. Exactly. And, money talks and bullshit walks, and where there's money involved, especially 12,000 a day per child, you know, um, well, and that's what it takes sometimes. Alicia says, my son struggled until I got him in the right schooling environment, and he's now excelling and will graduate this year. I'm so glad to hear that, Alicia. And it takes extra love, guys. It does. Sometimes we don't have the perfect answer as a parent. We just don't, you know. Well, my senior year, I shall not say publicly how many days I missed. Well, and and the thing is that they're putting parents in jail for that and stuff too, which, I mean, I get it. You have to have accountability, but, I mean, if a child just decides they're just not going to go to school, I mean, there's not a whole lot of things that you can do besides, again, if they're in these situations, you also have to think about the fact that they're going to go in there. And I can't remember who said it the other day, but you go into jail. It's like, but it was said in that movie Blow with Johnny Depp, and he's like, I went in there and I had, a doctorate in Mary Jane selling, and I came out with a PhD or something and Coca-Cola. And it was like, oh wow, and I mean, that's what happens. You're around all of these people and they're showing you how to be, criminal. And that is something to consider also with these kids. So if you have a kid that's just truant and then they go in there and they learn all of these things from these other kids and they come out and they're worse off than they went in. So it's definitely something to think about.
Good.
Yeah.
But this thing with detention, I mean, think about it. A kid who was in that situation, they would not get a court-appointed attorney. It would be one person's word against another. And who do you think the judge is going to believe? The staff person or the kid?
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's all
It's
for
all over the
profit.
place, yeah.
I
all
know
for
you guys
profit.
have talked about core civic, but it's
Yeah.
just as bad with kids. It's all privatized too.
It is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a kid in detention right now is worth $1,200 a day.
Say that again for the people.
A kid in detention right now is worth $1,200 a day.
it's just as big of a
It's
business as adult being in
Oh,
prison.
yeah. It's a huge business.
Yeah, it is, and it's even
big
more.
business.
See, they hike up the kids. They hike up their value because they claim, well, we have to have more staff to take care of kids because we have to have therapists and all this. But they're just not getting that treatment.
Did you hear what she said? She said they're hiking up the value on the kids. So for a child like Sebastian who has different issues, right? They're going to get more money for him. That is so scary. That is so scary, you know? Yeah, I learned most of my criminal behaviors and skills in jail and prison, and I definitely didn't get taught reform, right? Alicia, and that's the thing. I mean, I know they have like different programs and stuff now that maybe they didn't before, but and I complain all the time. I'm like, oh my gosh, in these prisons they live better than I do, stuff like that. Of course, I'm exaggerating, but I'm like, I can't believe they have all this stuff, right? And prison burritos. No, I'm just teasing. But it's just like you also have to see the flip side of it, right? And that's what's important about keeping an open mind in conversations like this, because once it's so bad, it's so bad. And again, when they're getting extra money for these kids, extra, right? And it's very scary. Then that ups the value of the child as if they are cattle, right? Or objects, chattel, and they're not. They're not. They're human beings. They're little children. They are navigating and growing and learning in this world. And why would we ever do something so horrible to them? Well, because of the money.
But it is now over $1,000 a day. And in Williamson
That's
County, they
crazy.
wanted to build a $280 million juvenile detention center. And I fought against it. And that was one of the reasons why they wanted to shut me down.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. I know.
Right. Let's just build another. Poor Buck. I just keep interrupting him. But build another detention center. Put them in the detention center. Oh, by the way, if you get a DCS kid, give them a referral to this detention center. All the while, these therapeutic residential facilities, right? TRFs, as we know them, are being funded, and they're horrible conditions. The children are being taken advantage of. S-aid. They are not getting the proper education that they need. They're not living in clean conditions. They are being told to beat up on each other. They're going to talk about this as well. I just don't know how many people have to come out and talk about this before someone listens. It's just mind-boggling to me.
I don't know where they're relocating the detention center here in Nashville, but I knew for the longest, for the people that might not know, our juvenile detention was located right beside the Tennessee Titans
Yeah,
Stadium.
it was. It was.
Yeah.
And it was
Wow. It was located right next to the Tennessee Titan Stadium. It's legal trafficking, right? Cinderella, it's legal. Yes, ma'am. It is so crazy. Yes, Trishy. Yes, I think also it's so interesting because the court system is different than for adults. Well, and it's just this next part of this interview is going to be mind blowing to you guys. I can't tell you how many times I audibly gasped listening to this. It is atrocious, you know? Make peace with parents. We are not perfect, but love them, call them, hug them. Yes, life is so short. It is, Janet. It is. And I know I've watched so many documentaries. I always enjoy hearing from our, friends that are in different places of the world. And, I've watched documentaries on South Africa, and I know you guys deal with, very many levels and layers of corruption as we do in the United States. And it's just so eye-opening when we hear things. And that's why I appreciate you guys sharing your personal experiences so much, because people think it's so rare and like, oh, it only happens in this place, it only happens here, but it's more commonplace than we think. It is horrid. It is. It's a good word. That's a good word. NorCal, SoCal, horrid. And it's just unbelievable.
Was one of the most craziest things that I would always, you can't help but see it and think about. Every time I would go to the game, I would look and to see children looking out those windows in those bars. They spend times, it's game day, it's people everywhere. And I remember one time walking into that stadium and turning around when that juvenile detention was there. It's still there.
Yeah.
And looking up and seeing those kids' hands through the glasses.
Yeah, it's
So
bad.
sad.
It was just a
So
sad
sad.
feeling, just looking and beating on the wall,
Yeah.
beating on the,
So sad.
because they could see this, they see these Titans in the games, and
Yeah.
it just gave me a thought of, I wonder if it's anywhere else in the world where you would locate literally a stadium with a juvenile detention center. Literally, you might as well say our juvenile detention center was almost a part of the stadium.
I
It
know
was
it
so
was.
close.
It's so
Right? Or it pays for some of the stadium or something. You would think there was some kind of affiliation, in my opinion.
close, you know what I'm saying? So,
Well, and just think about that facility too. There's not really any real outdoor space
at all on the roof.
Yeah, exactly. Which is
That's
crazy.
considered that recreation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That time that you and I went to visit the juvenile detention facility, like way out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, we did.
It was like, that was so sad to me. Like,
was
leaving
heartbreaking.
that place was just so sad to
Yeah,
me.
we
the
had a
stuff that we
real
experienced.
experience that time.
Yeah.
I forget the name of that place we went to. It was in the middle of, what were we at? Were we still in Tennessee?
We were into, I was going to ask Charlie if he was in here.
I don't want to be wrong,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, no, you told me about
Yeah.
that.
yeah,
were
it was
in Tennessee,
really, really,
yeah.
really sad. And they allowed us to actually get the full experience. And actually, I want to give that staff, that's why I wanted to know the exact name. I wanted to give them, at least the staffing of it, a shout out, because what they did was allowed me and Brooke to go into this facility and become a part of these kids in their cells, seeing what goes on, how they kind of go to their day-to-day experiences in there.
And I want the public to know this.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes when we use the word juvenile detention,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't get the full impact. They are jails.
They're jails.
Yeah.
They are
That's what I
jails.
was getting to.
There are steel bars.
Yeah.
There's concrete paths to sleep on.
It was no different than a prison.
Yeah.
It's no different. It's
It
no
was
different.
no different than a prison. And, I would walk with Brooke, and I could see she was getting real emotional at times about certain things that we were seeing. And I would tell Brooke, hey, this is no different than the actual prison yard. Unfortunately, I've experienced that. So for me, it was a shocking to see kids so young that haven't even experienced. There were no things to offer to help better these children. But this particular detention center was using its music program and things like that to actually kind of help educate the kids and give them an outlet to have something for them in regards to, try to take some type of learning experience outside of being punished, but also adding some type of therapy within these kids, because a lot of those kids we went and seen, they became mentally worse than they were once they got there.
Completely.
Okay, so again, I hope that everybody, can let that sink in. What Buck is saying is that they came in there with a problem, yes, but their mental health was affected by the time they left there, and they were worse off mentally. That is so sad to think about that. Right. And again, maybe it was their first time in trouble and they ended up having to go there. Maybe it was their third or fourth time in trouble and they ended up having to go there. But for them to get progressively worse mentally and then put them out, back into the world like that, what are they thinking? They do, Trishy, they do. They get federal funds and they get mental health dollars as well. Like when we think about a place called like Bledsoe Youth Academy, they absolutely get funding and they get it straight from the Tennessee mental health department, which is wild. Well, whichever one was in here tonight, Sammy, I did block them because of the rude comments. And Breezy Ray, I do believe that Seth will get Sebastian back. I don't think that anybody in their right mind, knowing what we know now, is going to give Sebastian back to Katie and Mr. Chris, in my opinion. So um, I don't know if NorCal wants to clarify, but in my opinion, it's because we know that Sebastian's not going to go back. I mean, it's just like Summer Wells. I mean, people are saying bring Summer home. Well, she doesn't really have a home to go back to, besides maybe a foster home, and unfortunately, and that's sad. At least Sebastian has his father who has been fighting for him and who continues to fight for him. He hasn't given up. Not like Katie hasn't even started, in my opinion. Norcal says, I pray Seth gets Sebastian back soon and justice for Sebastian. Amen. That's right, Norcal. My dad waited 7 years to see me. Once I was 18, I picked up the phone and called him. I was done being told how my life is at 18. Well, and that's the thing, Norcal, kids even as they go, and they get a little older, 15, 16, they get sick of that shit at home. If you're going through it at home, they get sick of it. So yeah, let's that's right. Let's tap that thumbs up and thank you guys all for being here. Appreciate it. But again, listen when he's talking, like, these kids are really struggling and worse off when they leave there. And there's no programs to better these kids except for maybe this music program he's talking about. But let's listen on.
And right now there's a class action lawsuit against the state of Tennessee for kids in detention. And then
I didn't know.
And again, there's a class action lawsuit in the state of Tennessee for children who are in detention, right? And I didn't know that either. So we have this other element where people are standing up against this, a class action lawsuit. There has to be enough people to classify it that way. So again, this is a very interesting topic, but I think it's something that needs to be on the forefront when we're talking about Sebastian's case, because that's a lot of people that are having issues here. And maybe some of this will be exposed and it will help us find Sebastian. That's my hope and prayer.
Yeah, and I want to relate that. So I was just telling you about the bill, right? About the threats to assault. And I went in and I spoke against that bill. And I talked to several legislators and I told them to vote no on it. And the ones I asked to vote no voted no. But in that, because I told them in that class action lawsuit, it's about the way the kids are treated in the detention center and the assaults and the sexual assaults on them. And here's the other thing that was the most striking to me was some of these guards get kids to attack other kids.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
And the reward, if you do that, is ramen noodles. And I want to know how an 87-cent package of ramen noodles is a child is so desperate in a detention center that they would go beat up another kids for ramen noodles.
And
Wow. Okay. So ramen noodles are a hot commodity, right? And it's the same way in jail, right? Like you can make a lot of things out of ramen noodles. I mean, I can't lie. I've sat there and watched like, oh my gosh, they're making this with ramen noodles, they're making that with ramen noodles. I've seen people make prison candy out of coffee creamer. It's wild, right? Necessity is the mother of invention. It's one of my favorite quotes. And oftentimes I'll misquote it, but it's true, right? If you need something, then you're going to find a way to do it, right? Or if you want something. So yeah, I don't know, guys. We'll have to figure that out, but at least we got the one that was being rude. Um, I question what funding goes where in Sumner County now that only certain schools feed children and others do not. That is something that, I would definitely not be in the loop about, right? Because my daughter is grown. So that is very interesting, Valley Gal. And, that makes me wonder too. Detroit says the thing is that we have so many resources and money for these children, but they put the money in their pockets and the kids are pushed aside. Exactly. Exactly. They can't speak for themselves and have to suffer. Yeah, and they're not even given proper legal representation, as we heard earlier. It is absolutely something that needs to be addressed. It is completely uncalled for. You know, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. Yeah, it happens a lot when you're locked up. Yeah, and I mean, it's setting these kids up for not success, but it's setting them up to go to jail, like actual prison.
And that
Yeah.
almost resorts back to those kids where we
Yeah.
experienced were so they were so mentally adjusted to
Right.
the
Right.
environment
Yeah.
that they
Right.
became in front of, that I think Brooke was like, you know, y'all are emotional creatures as women, and I'm a man, so I'm knowing this is laying an effect on her a little bit different than it would with me, but the same feelings and the same thing is there. And I think Brooke was like, well, can we do something for these kids while we're here? And I think they allowed us to bring them all pizzas
Yeah.
in, and these kids, just something as small as a pizza brought them back to their childhood.
Absolutely.
They started to be children again, in a sense, of understanding. From my eyesight and perspective, I could see something as small as giving a child a box of pizza
Yeah.
was something that brought them into the respect that they needed as staff members. They couldn't understand how is these so-called kids that y'all consider dangerous and out of bad or whatever the case you want to call it. How can something so small make these kids? It's because
Yeah.
the small things that we deprive these children from maybe is causing the biggest problems.
And
Okay, and I think this is so well said, and this is why 1,200. Yes, I said 12,000 on accident earlier. That was a misquote. I apologize, but 1,200, right? $1,200 a day for these children per child, right? And so obviously that would be 12,000 for 10 children. And maybe that's where my brain was going ahead, right? Because all you had to do, if you do it by 10, you add a zero, and that's 12,000, right? So I think that's why I made that mistake. Either way, it puts it into perspective. That's a lot per day. Hey, Liberty. Um, so this is heartbreaking to me, right? Brooke, like I said, Brooke is a good person in my opinion, from what I've known about her, what I've heard, what I witnessed myself. And I wish I would have excuse me, I wish I would have went up and shook her hand. I just didn't know who she was, and I was just kind of asking around. I asked Seth. And while we were at the gathering, that is. But just the fact that she would bring in pizza for these kids and let them have a little bit of normalcy. My problem also tonight with this is that, these kids, what do they have to look forward to if they are completely institutionalized and they have resorted to the fact that they are just in there and they're to just go through the motions and and follow exactly what they're supposed to do, and they never get anything special. They never are incentivized. They never get positive reinforcement of any type. They're not being told that they can change or anything like that. They're just becoming institutionalized. And in my opinion, that is not helping these children. And that's why we're seeing so many instances of kids getting worse and worse instead of getting better. You know, if you're going to take my kid and put them in a juvenile detention facility, I would hope that they would come out not learning how to misbehave more, but understanding that that's not the place they want to be and that they want to do better. But if they have no programs, if they're never getting any type of what do they call it, redemption, or any type of reform, or any type of um, tools in order to do better, because obviously they were lacking that in the beginning and needed, some help on that. It's just astounding to me. It's astounding to me that they would come out worse off in a worse mental health situation. But again, we know these children are being abused, harshly abused, and pitted up against each other. You know, they blame CEP, a federal program. However, someone had to submit what children would be fed. Well, yeah. And I mean, they have to budget that all out. And I mean, if you don't use it, you lose it. So, Liberty Creek Elementary does feed some complex and middle or high school are not fed, posted on school district site, in my opinion. Oh, wow. Yeah. And it used to, they would have food and lunch programs all through school. So that's very interesting. And you're welcome, Trishy. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. It's just such an important topic. And, a lot of people will shy away from it because they don't want to believe it's really happening, So thank you. And I feel like it's so important. It is so important, Yeah, Colin Goslin. Yeah. Oh gosh. I've kind of followed that. Sammy. Hey, Crybaby Walker. Good to see you. So yeah, it's so interesting and just so sad. And I just picture those kids eating their pizza and just being so happy and just, remembering back to when they had a pizza party and they weren't in there, you know, um, if you're not giving these kids any hope, how are they ever going to find any type of, of way of thinking that things could be different, right? I mean, I don't know. It really breaks my heart.
Juvenile detention is a pipeline to prison. You know that, right?
Most
for sure.
definitely.
And so I represented a kid, and this is kind of off into it a little bit
Well, and this obviously proves it, right? It looks just like the prison. It looks just like the prison.
different area, but this is also critical because this is where Tennessee is, right? And this is where we have to drill down and start make changes. So I represent a kid who was 14. He was put in detention, and that environment criminalized his mind. Okay, because
Yeah, they
he was
become
14 years
institutionalized.
old, and he was hearing every day steel bars close behind him, right? They had, at this detention center, they had this small little window that was a horizontal window that was up like 6 feet high. And it was so dirty that even if you could get up there to see out of it, you
still
could not
couldn't.
even see outside. Their outdoors was about a 24 by 24 foot packed dirt outdoor area arena. Basically, it looked like something where you'd put gladiators because it had a concrete block wall up about 25 feet. I mean, with barbed wire on the top.
It sounds like Sumner County Jail.
Yeah.
And it had a basketball goal with no net.
Sumner
and their
County
basketballs
Jail.
were flat.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And and when we got him out of that facility, I mean, he was lucky that he had parents who had enough money to really invest in defense and to get him
Yeah,
out of
and
there,
get him
right?
out,
I mean,
yeah.
most kids don't. But even when we got him out of there, and it was only 4 months, I think.
Traumatizing.
He was so traumatized. It took another 2 years just to restabilize him. I mean, he was drinking, he was stealing cars, he was, I mean, had he not had that environment around him,
Yeah.
it would have been over. You
And
know?
even in the juvenile,
Oh my God, that is so sad. He comes out and he's doing horrible. And I agree, Liberty. It was just, I think it was just completely out of line. And then just to talk crap about this beautiful hostess, the hostess with the mostest, right? Brooke here. Thank you, my PTSD, for the jewels. You're so funny. She's over there hiding. And we don't shy away. We don't shy away over here, right? NorCal SoGal, we don't, because we know it's so important. That's the biggest thing, right? We got to stand up for it, these kids, and just stand up for what's right, in my opinion. And sometimes we don't know what 100% the right thing is to do, but we try, right? And no, Liberty says this is in no way in any support of that stupid senator in Tennessee. No, and I know a fair amount about Blackburn. I have had to do my research, and yeah, this is saying how lousy she is. Yeah. Brooke and her husband are very well versed in the area. They know it well, and they do have a lot of connections and people that have had to fight, like Buck here. Like I said, I don't know his whole story, completely to a T, but I do know some about it. And, he's been through the ringer. They put him through the ringer, and, it just should never be allowed. Yeah, and she's doing nothing for the people. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe she was just having a moment. I'm good. Just wanted to focus on the topic. Yeah, well, and it's just, no, we don't treat each other like that in here. You know what I mean? We just don't. So, because if we do that, then nobody's going to want to share, right? I mean, that's the thing. That's why it's so brave to come out and say things, Detroit, about our own personal experience. It takes a tremendous amount of bravery and courage and, you know, vulnerability. And if you are never vulnerable and you walk around like you are perfect and you are without any flaws, um, you're obviously not living life as it's meant to be lived, because you're not making mistakes to learn from. um, it's like the man in the arena speech. If you're going to make comments from the cheap seats, and you've never been in that arena where you're having to fight, and you've had such a horrible thing happen, or time of it, then and then you got people commenting from the cheap seats. No, I don't like that, and I'll never tolerate that here. Even though I know everybody has a bad day, but it's just been too much to overlook. And little Miss Sharon says, in Australia, a law was just passed at 14 uh, years will change. Oh, 14-year-olds will be charged as adults. Oh my, because youth crime is so bad. Oh my goodness. Oh. Well, and I've mentioned a little bit here when we were talking about summer and the young little girls, making the same sign that looks like a peace sign, but it doesn't really look like a peace sign. It's kind of tilted. Um, and I haven't looked any further into that, which I should have. But I mean, that's why a lot of these gangs will recruit young kids to do, their dirty work for them, because they don't get charged as an adult until they're 18. So if it's a 14-year-old out there doing the same crimes, that's why they've had to buckle down on that kind of stuff. And it's just horrible. I say, go in there and get those gangs out of there. But, it's easier said than done. Why don't they offer parenting classes to the parents also? Yeah, that's a good point. Coffee, Crime, and Cats. A lot of times it starts at home, and some just don't understand how to parent. Well, exactly. And, we also see that on YouTube a lot. We know these people that are bullying people around, right, are also modeling that behavior for the kids. And so if the parents are, you could take a kid and completely change them, do a makeover, right? A whole total makeover. The kid's great, right? He's ready to go back to school and hit the books and be in by 9 o'clock and bedtime by 10 and da 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 da, and I'm saying if we're dealing with like a 14-year-old, right? Or something like that. But you put them back in that environment with the parents, you're so right. They're going to fall back into their old ways. Same thing when they get back together with their old friends. Same things when they get back in their own old environment and their old habits, so to speak. So yeah. Um, and a lot of them don't follow through. That's a great point, Detroit. Exactly. If they do, if they do, some of them do get a parenting class, but they don't follow through on it. Or look at Mr. Proudfoot. He did a couple parenting classes, and we can see how well they worked on him. In my opinion. So, but no, I get what your point is. Let's find a solution. We have a major problem here. What's a good solution? What can we do? Good night, witchy mama. So yeah, just something to think about. And again, I think that we can make a difference, but treating these children and putting them in environments that mirror an actual prison, and that the juvenile, detention facilities are a pipeline to the prison. Well, that's not helping anybody, right? That's like, we already know we have a problem here, but yet we're going to make sure that we, you know, I mean, it's basically picking and choosing people and deciding, from a young age that you're going to keep them in the prison system so you can get that $1,200 a day per head, per person. I mean, that's the sick part, and they're seeing that in the prisons too. So, I mean, it's a lot of money that they're losing out on. We think that we're paying so much in taxes. Well, we are, but we're paying for them to do bad with it, and that's a problem. No reform, no rehabilitation, no difference in behavior, right? And then again, as our coffee crime and cats is saying, but if the home environment is still crappy, well, they need to make the parents do something, in my opinion, too. We can't just blame it completely on the kids or the parents, or the system.
That we were in. Another thing that really bothered me was like they were doing drugs in there.
Yeah.
You
It's
remember
crazy.
that?
It blew my
Like
mind.
it was insane.
I mean, what really blew my mind out of that situation was not just the drugs that they were doing. Number one, the type of drugs and the amount of drugs
Yeah.
that they had in there.
Okay, guys, so they're saying that in these juvenile detention centers, it was wild, and it still blows both of them away, right? Blows their minds that these kids, the amount and the frequency and how many of the kids were using that's again a huge bombshell, in my opinion.
Was crazy.
Really? So
Was
they had to be bringing it
crazy.
in. Staff had
Exactly.
Staff
That's
had to
what
be
my
bringing
point
it
is.
in.
They had a real comfortable situation with some of those staff members too. Do you remember the
They
little boy
were-
telling us
they
that
were-
one of them was on leave because she was pregnant by him?
Pregnant by him.
Yes,
Yes,
a
I mean, it
child,
was just a child.
Like,
And they were, I watched these
Insane.
kids telling these guards what to do.
yeah.
Wow. Now, obviously, this is alleged in their opinion, right? When they were there, a child came up to them or they were interviewing the children in there. I don't want to put words in, or change the story, but at some point they became aware, as they were talking to this young man, that he impregnated one of the guards and that she was on a leave because she was having his love child, a little child, having relations with the guard. And now they have a baby, which is the result of that behavior, obviously. You know, the crucial difference between youth and adults is their brain cognitive judgment development yes, Trishy, is still being shaped by their experiences and opportunities. Exactly. And if they're not afforded any of those opportunities, Trishy, it really gets my heart, you know? I mean, I'm not saying that all of these kids can be saved or that some of them don't have real issues that maybe can't be fixed, right? Like, if we're dealing with a little Jeffrey Dahmer or something like that, I mean, that's a whole nother situation entirely. But what are we doing here? We're creating, you know, a huge problem down the line, you know? So, oh, I hope you have a nice walk. Ah, Lori. If you have no compassion for the kids, you are lost completely. The kids are our future. Exactly, Liberty. And that's the whole thing. We just can't be so harsh on them. Like, in terms of them still trying to learn and make proper decisions. I want to say it's like 24 and 26 or something. I'd have to look it up. You know, girls' brains develop quicker than the boys do in certain aspects where, they lose well, they gain more clarity into their actions, right? So the brain is fully developed at about 24, 25 for females. I think it's like 25, 26 for males. I can't remember the exact statistic or study it came from. However, I do remember hearing that. And, when we think about that and we think about a 14-year-old or we think about a 10-year-old, it's just that, what is going wrong here? And it's always going to be, I mean, there's always patterns, right? But in the same way, and we can tell those with, through established behaviors and home life and all of that. But you do have to specialize some of these solutions and tailor them to families and children and their specific needs. And that's where it gets a little bit harder, because that would mean that you would actually have to have compassion, Liberty, and some of them are just lacking, you know. Um, yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do think that we have to be tough on crime, right? We wouldn't have so much going on. Um, but it is so difficult when we're dealing with kids, and just to hear that they're in these facilities where obviously they're not the ones that are bringing in the drugs. It's more than likely these crooked ass guards, in my opinion.
It was insane. Like, they
It
were
was
running
literally like that. It was a real experience for me, and me being a person that, like I say, has experienced prison. It was no different
Yeah.
than being in an adult prison. I went to federal prison, Yazoo Federal Penitentiary. I went from the low to the medium. So my prison experience, I was wrongfully convicted from the very beginning, which has led to the scrutiny of who I am and this
yeah.
image of who I am, as well as the music. I paint a picture that I think for us, me, people get away from understanding that Young Buck and David is two different people. Young Buck is the entertainer, and I might not speak on some of the great things that comes along because my experience of growing up wasn't so great. I like to give my experience off, and sometimes it's not, but it could be educational for those that don't know. So I've always believed in, quote unquote, being real with myself before I can even try to keep it real with anybody else, know. But that experience was really, really different for me because, like Brooke was saying, man, it was a few of these children that were literally, and I didn't see a lie in it because they were, kids can be, overly like, this is what it is. Mm-hmm. So if a child, I feel, is able to tell an adult something, whether it was a lie or the truth, but to actually do it, and you as an adult cannot provide a logical answer or a logical, then I'm gonna lean to that child is telling the truth.
Yeah.
And they showed 100%. Us that. They showed us that while we 100%. Were there. 100%. They was like, here is a kid that was pregnant,
Yeah.
a grown woman,
Yeah.
and they
Pregnant by
had
the kid,
by the
yeah.
kid, and I was like, what?
Yeah, well, know this:
Insane.
kids are worth a lot of money, and
Yeah.
so I fight against foster care a lot because it's also privatized. And I could tell you some real horror stories. We just got 3 kids. I call them hostages. They, we just released 3 hostages from the state of Tennessee a couple days ago because they had been separated from their mom 6 years ago. Mom did not hurt the children. A man that she had known had hurt the children, had done some harm. Not deadly or anything, but she got rid of him. Okay, she got rid of him. She worked. She doesn't use drugs. They took her 4 children and separated them, and 3 of them went to this one foster home. She was separated from her 3-month-old baby boy.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Hey, Andrea. Separated from her little 3-month-old baby boy. So sad. Unbelievable. How many stories do we have to hear like this? It's unfathomable that she got away from an abuser and they took her children away anyway, or maybe she didn't get rid of him fast enough for their liking. Either way, as it pertains to Sebastian Rogers' case, I see a big red flag here. This lady saying that she got some hostages, which were the 3 children, away from DCS in Tennessee. And yeah, I think she's saying that, to keep it light maybe, or because it's a spot on analogy even. Crazy Bo, right? But in the same way, that's how she's referring to it, because they are literally taking the children and keeping them away from their parents. I mean, I can't think of anything a child needs more than their mother when they are 3 months old, when they're a year old, when they're 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are their formative years. And she just got custody back 6 years later. It is so sad. It is so sad. It's sick, and I mean, you just see, Buck and Brooke, and they're just like, wow, Lover Girl says, I've never heard of a success story with CPS where they actually helped someone that was in a bad situation. Has anyone else? No. Now that you say that, no. I've never, ever heard of a success story ever. Anytime they're involved, it's always something awful. I mean, and they're present in all of the cases in true crime, basically. No, not all of them, but a great many. Like, it's one of our patterns in true crime, I think, most definitely. One that we can recognize, one that we may think right away was CPS involved, I wonder, right? Because it's a legitimate question, especially when we're first hearing of a case, like little Javea Harris. Right. I was wondering to myself, was CPS ever involved there? Because when we look at Summer Wells, CPS had come to the house 24 hours before Summer went missing. Again, Tennessee. So it does make me wonder. It really does. And no, I haven't. I have not, Yeah, that's not good.
And 6 years. We just got him home this weekend.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. So we got another little boy home. He was an autistic child. He was 5 years old. They put him in 20 different homes in 100 days.
Wow.
Okay, so this is another reason I gasped when I heard this first. A child with autism who is 5 years old, they put him in all of these houses. Could you imagine what he must have gone through having that happen to him? Unbelievable. Let's listen back.
Got rid of him. She worked. She doesn't use drugs. They took her 4 children and separated them, and 3 of them went to this one foster home. She was separated from her 3-month-old baby boy.
Oh my God.
And 6 years. We just got him home this weekend.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So we got another little boy home. He was an autistic child. He was 5 years old. They put him in 20 different homes in 100 days.
Wow.
Now, just think about for yourself. What if I go pick you up at 7 o'clock at night at your doorstep and you can't bring a thing with you, right? Like, come on, you got to go with me. And then I drop you off at some stranger's home 100 miles away from you,
Okay, guys, again, I gasped again. Bo's like, I just gasped. I gasped again when she says they come after hours, right? And they just come and take you away from your home. Now, it made me think automatically flash to the Texas Roadhouse. It just automatically made my mind go there. Yes, and I'll play it again. Yeah, it's infuriating, Trishy, because again, why would you be chastised for being in an abusive situation? I mean, should you ever let a guy stay one more minute enough for DCS to get involved? No. God, no. She should have had his shit on the curb. Don't even put it on the front porch. He doesn't deserve it. Throw it in the lawn. That's terrible. And then get a baseball bat out like Carrie Underwood. I'm just teasing. But no, I mean, it makes you want to, right? It makes you want to, and then you just, if you're in Tennessee, call Brooke Harlan. No, I'm just kidding. But again, it's so infuriating. Yes, exactly. Flashing to the Texas Roadhouse, boom, it could have happened. See, and this is what I'm like, because what was Katie telling Sebastian too? So then my mind just goes right to that, right? Like, this is who you're going with, boom. And this is how she's describing it. So your mind went there too, Sabby Gamer. Oh my goodness. I'm like, it's so spot on to Sebastian's story and DCS being involved. Let's go back to right here.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you. So we got another little boy home. He was an autistic child. He was 5 years old. They put him in 20 different homes in 100 days.
Wow.
Now, just think about for yourself. What if I go pick you up at 7 o'clock at night at your doorstep and you can't bring a thing with you, right? Like, come on, you got to go with me. And then I drop you off at some stranger's home 100 miles away from you,
I guess the overall.
And the fact that he couldn't bring anything with him, right? But they sent his glasses because he needs his glasses, right? I mean, I know Seth said that he doesn't need them, but it's to correct their corrective lenses, right? Rather than that you need them so bad because you can't see, right? But again, that would be something that they would have him take with him for a medical reason, right? And if people are thinking, well, I think that, because of what Chris has said and the horrible things that they have said about Sebastian, Katie, you too. Honestly, I can't with you either, Katie. You've said terrible things about Sebastian. And then you just allowed for this to happen. And I don't know if Chris is abusing you or not, but at the end of the day, you're allowing this to happen to Sebastian. It's terrible. It's just terrible. But again, is that why his glasses were taken with him? Because if they took his life, I don't know why they would have left his glasses on for him to have to, I mean, I just hate speculating on that. I'm just saying, I think it's a very good sign that he was able to take his glasses with him. I have, though, all along the DCF knows where he is. That is why I sent you the message. I don't want to say in public what I say, but I still think it needs to be done. Did you send me an email? I'll have to go look. I will go look at that. Yeah, I absolutely think that, especially with the filing that came out, and yeah, it's it's as if they're hiding him because obviously they get the money for these kids. If this is what happened to Sebastian, wouldn't the FBI know? Liberty, I agree. No, because the FBI has no jurisdiction. And I also think that Sebastian, and I know this sounds crazy, but I also think that he may be under a different name in order for them to keep him. And they may not know. That's why it's so important for awareness. It's just so important for awareness so people know what Sebastian looks like. But then again, are you going to get a person like these people who work in the system, right? Who are not going to come forward. And that's what's scary. Also, state agencies have the jurisdiction and the police have the a duty to their state, if that makes sense. I know I'm probably not saying that right. Um, and Jules does a good job of explaining that. Ugh, gosh. Um, but look at the dirt that they do. Yeah, I know. Bo says I would think FBI could find him if this is what happened. Let's go get an FBI. I know. We need to get them in. Um, Sebastian's case just needs to be re-looked at, revisited, and that's another big thing about the getting the FBI in. Or excuse me, that's what's really big about getting the lawsuit pushed through, is because part of that is asking for them to do an actual investigation into Sebastian's case. I mean, um, everybody needs to be polygraphed. Everybody needs their vehicles, inspected. All of that. I mean, they should have done it from the beginning. Is it buffering? Are you guys getting buffering? Oh, you know what, Scranton? You might have to update your YouTube app because sometimes that causes me to have buffering. But if not everybody's getting it, that would be my suggestion. Chewy could be under Sebastian Proudfoot or Drake Proudfoot. I don't know. I know. I know. And that's the thing we need is face. Like, that's why it would be such a good idea to send out flyers. Um, yeah. I just wish that we can find the connection between schools. So, good morning, Gigi. Hi, Gigi. Good to see you. So, just, interesting.
Raw look is that for them to even present a bill like that, it strictly got to be based on financially
Oh,
thinking.
absolutely.
It cannot be from morally thinking or caring.
Absolutely.
I think you as a person you have to be the most heartless individual to even think of implementing something like that.
Yeah.
To me, that's how I feel because, once you get going down that kid lane and starting to look to do anything in regards to being wrong to the youth or benefiting from the youth, especially from a level of, incarceration.
Mm-hmm.
That's the,
and a
on a
lot of
thin
that's,
line then,
a lot of it's top down.
Oh, I agree. What he's saying is you have to be a real evil son of a bitch to mess with kids. And that is where you will find the truly corrupt people, is when you're associating in that nasty ass cesspool. Drain that fucking swamp is all I could say. because that's all it is a bunch of nasty ass people. But here's the thing, we know that there's a lot of these companies with big amounts of money that are coming in to get their hands on more
right?
at the expense of children.
So the executive branch of Tennessee has 40 agencies and 270 boards and commissions. Okay, 270 boards and commissions. So you have to look at the top. This is one of the things about the governor's race that's so critical. You have to have a leader who is going to put compassionate, responsible leaders in those agencies.
Absolutely.
Especially those agencies, well, all of them, but especially those agencies that deal with families, education, DCS, the Department of Substance Abuse and mental health, right? That's a whole department of itself. So when you pick a governor, you have to see in his heart, in his head, is this going to be the kind of person that's going to put 40 other bosses in place
Exactly.
who's going to
Absolutely.
care about the people, right? And not just be a bureaucrat who's going to let things stand. And I know, and I have my favorites, but I know the other two. I know that Blackburn and Rose are bureaucrats, and I know that they have at least, there's messaging has already been put out from Blackburn's office that many of the same commissioners will stay in place.
Right.
And that is
We
devastating.
will deal with what we already did.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And
just an
under this
ongoing
governor,
Okay, so they're basically going to leave all the same commissioners. Well, we all know that one of those commissioners likes to rock a baby curl, and he's been doing it since the 80s, right? So we already know this. And they're going to keep the same set of asshats in the same chairs, in my opinion. That's very scary. And I'll just back it up a little bit because I keep interrupting the panel, and I apologize for that. But I'm just appalled by this. This is wild to me.
that is
We will
devastating.
deal with what we already did.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And
just an
under this
ongoing
governor, under Governor Lee, the Department of Children's Services, for instance, their budget has doubled in 8 years.
Wow.
Doubled. They went from 800 million to $1.5 billion, and their population of kids that they deal with has not increased.
Wow. So they're making money hand over fist. Hand over fist. Hey, all that is unseen. Good to see you. No, we're a bunch of night owls over here. Woo. Oh my goodness, guys.
Wow.
Insane.
It's the same
Insane.
population.
And what did Jennifer Jenny Smith, the former assistant district attorney under Ray Whitley, former and retired district attorney, say? Jenny Smith said that she loses sleep. She loses sleep over all these issues with these youth in Tennessee, in the area. Looks like you're sleeping just fine. Looks like you're sleeping just fine.
Population of kids that they deal with has not increased.
Wow.
Insane.
It's the same
Insane.
population. So what did that
Yeah.
tell you?
Well, I will tell you what a lot of it is.
What is it?
A lot of it, just like something that you know very well, is privatizing prisons.
Most
Yeah.
definitely.
Right?
Most
They
definitely.
turn to privatizing foster care
And private companies.
Yeah.
and private companies.
Yep.
I counted at one point 187 different vendors of DCS, but when
187 different vendors of DCS. And again, I love how Buck brings in the fact that they are having, well, okay, so they're private entities and they're having them come in, and we know this because of all the research that we've done on Gallatin. So we know we all know this, but it's just reiterating but again, I love how he's pushing that, because that is something that everybody should be talking about. Everybody should be aware of that. And there's people that have no idea. And then she's saying 187 different vendors that she can find that are working with DCS, because again, they're making money hand over fist and everybody wants a piece of the pie.
I counted at one point 187 different vendors of DCS, but when they privatized foster care and case management, they had to pump up the price, right? And so now it because those private companies have to pay administrators, which make hundreds of thousands of dollars. Okay, so you can start a foster care company. We all might want to talk about this because this could be very profitable here. We can start a foster care company, have 45 kids in foster care, and we can make $5.5 million a year.
$5.5 million a year if we started a foster care house for 45 kids. 45 kids. Now, I think it depends on what you do to help to rehabilitate or to help these kids redeem themselves in some sort of way and reform themselves in a positive direction. But that's not what we're talking about here. And that's not what we talk about almost every day. And we've been talking about it since this lawsuit against DCS has come out, and Seth Rogers has brought this to light. They're not doing those things. They are abusing those kids, and they are using those kids. It is absolutely disgusting.
So, and with the money that we get from the foster kids, we can go buy some real property, some real estate, because we'll get about $8,000 a month per child. So we can go out and start buying property, and we can use the foster care money. And then when we're tired of it, we just give them back to DCS, right? If we have a kid that's unruly or we don't like or smells bad or, we don't like their hair color, like we just hand them back over to DCS and get another one. And I have some.
So that, again, they hand over these children like they're nothing, like they're not a child that needs help. And exactly Detroit, the Turpin kids, exactly, they were in a situation where they were being, severely abused by their own parents, and then they get put into the system. And they're still being abused by the foster system and the parents in the foster system. It is so sad, because you don't like that kid. Well, maybe, and if they smell bad, maybe they're not used to having good hygiene, the poor little souls. Why don't you take that opportunity to teach them and to make them feel good about themselves and show them what self-care can be? That is so incredibly heartbreaking. To know that they could just get rid of a child like, oh, I don't like you. That really is just unbelievable to me. No, nobody's watching nobody. It is so horrible. And they know that these problems exist, and they continue to perpetuate it because it's making them so much money.
Real
Crazy.
personal dirty stories about this that I'm collecting the data on that we can expose. It will make you crazy. But that's exactly what I've seen
Yes,
happen.
ma'am.
I want you to know that.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow,
And
that is diabolical.
That's in our words.
Diabolical.
That's one of our words. Diabolical.
It is diabolical.
That's diabolical, and it has to change. And this is a start from, like you saying, it's it all results back to having the right people go into office.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what it all starts from.
It's top down,
It
It is.
And
it's,
that's why we're doing what we're doing,
Exactly.
with raising awareness to what's really going on behind the corrupt curtains, educating people who to vote for, and then getting them to actually go to the polls to vote.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
That's what we're all here to do. And I
and
know
exposing some of these things.
that,
not to cut you off, because you know, Miss Connie, when you come out to push for me to be released, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm there going through these experiences as an innocent individual, mm-hmm. all around the board. I still had to settle for something that totally was wrong just to be free.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was either they put me in a position where, okay, you're gonna have to do this, go to prison, or you're gonna have to do this to be free.
Yeah.
You know,
I understand.
And that was my experience. But what I learned in regards to being locked up in the jail that I was in, which is Sumner County jail, I was so amazed of what was going on in that jail that people don't know in regards to how many people were dying
Oh gosh.
in jail, and it was getting swept under the rug because what they had going on was a fentanyl epidemic, and they still have it going on right now. And you know, these people were overdosing left and right. You know, before I even got there, a lot of inmates was like, "Yo, bro, you know, this dude just died. This dude." I'm like, "What?" In my 30 days of being there, I experienced 2 individuals just dying, you know, overdosing off of this stuff and dying.
It's insane.
And it was not nowhere on the news.
No, it was swept under the rug.
It was no media coverage.
Let me ask you this. Visitation at Sumner County Jail, where all these people were dying of fentanyl overdoses, how did they do visitation there?
Well,
Is it through a screen?
It's through a tablet.
Okay,
You
so
know.
through a tablet.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're with them right here, because so they do all of their visitations through a tablet.
So no in-person.
Or through a screen. No in-person
visits.
no in-person
So think
visit.
about that. How the hell is the fentanyl getting into the jail? That's a big.
Okay, how is the fentanyl getting into the jail? It's got to be the guards bringing it in. If there's no visitation where anybody could be passing substances between each other or over to people in there and what have you. Sammy says, I imagine states are so desperate for placement, and there are so many foster parents who are in it for the wrong reason. What gives? Yeah, and I mean, I also, because I think it's such a valid point. Like when people say, well, how come DCS is overrun with kids and they're sleeping in offices and things like that? And it's like, because they're still making money off of those kids, so they don't care if they're sleeping on an air mattress. They're still getting per head, according to Connie here, which I believe her, because I've also heard this many other times, and I'll have to find a breakdown of it and see if we can't find any like specific numbers. But again, I do believe her. I just, of course, we like to do our own research and things. It's absolutely atrocious to think about it, but that $1,200 a day, they're getting that no matter if those kids are in a placement, in a facility or with a foster family. They're still getting that money, and they're just getting so much of it, and then think about the people, Liberty. I know it's mind boggling, and think about the ones that are bringing it into the juvenile centers, and facilities. Yeah, they just don't. I mean, it's very sad, and again, it's because it's a big business, and there's these independent entities that own these things. I'm just so glad to have someone else, especially that's local to Tennessee, to be beating the drum about this, right? Because we talk about it all the time here. I know you guys are very familiar.
Exactly.
Too. You know what I mean? That's a business
I would
too.
say it
It's
is.
just disgusting. Layers of corruption, layer of corruption, layer
Layers of corruption.
And that's what we're here to do. We're here to uncover those layers of corruption. I know that we've been super restricted on time today, and I thank you so much for the time that you have taken to be on here with us
definitely got to
today.
get back. I definitely have to. I definitely want to sit down with you again if I can.
Oh,
We would
let's
love
do.
to. We
And
would love
really,
to.
really-
That's where I was getting at. We would love to
Because
have you back.
I'm getting a little bit too comfortable because I got so much that I want to ask.
I know.
ask you
I want
about.
to do it. Let's do it.
Let's
So
do
let's
it.
do
Let's
that.
Okay. Well,
Let's
we'll
do
set
that.
up a date to come back and have due time with you, and we would love to hear about what bills you're working on, and what we can help you work on, and how we can work together to
Absolutely.
really get these people
Yeah.
to the polls, know who to vote for, and get the correct politicians in who are not corrupted.
Yeah.
Right. Like
Let's
that's
do this
what we're
sooner,
looking
not
for.
later.
Let's
Okay,
do
I'll
it
do
very
it. We'll
soon.
schedule it
Very
today
soon.
Perfect.
before
We'll
we
schedule
leave.
it.
So
Let's
that's
do that.
great.
Let's do
We'll
that.
do it.
I'm definitely
Perfect.
down with that.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Y'all are
thank
delightful,
you
and
again.
I'm so glad that
Yes.
you're
Thank you
here.
again. Let me
Yes.
Let me just touch your hands. Thank
That's
you.
so
You're such a
sweet.
beautiful woman, and you have such a beautiful soul.
Yes.
And I love to see people like yourself that just out here fighting for the right thing and really want the right thing for the people. And it's so important to have people like yourself be heard.
Yeah.
Because your education of knowing these things is what educates us, right?
Yes, it
so,
is,
and
yeah.
you give us the outlets and the know-how to where to start and go. That's all we need is to know.
Well,
You
and
know?
and I
Oh yeah, absolutely. And exposing the corruption is such a big deal, especially when we are looking at a case like Sebastian's and we're all saying, how could this have happened? Well, this is actually backing it up, and this is proof. This is supporting evidence that this exists and that has been going on, and that people are tired of it, and they're sick and tired of the children being the ones that are bearing the brunt of this shitty ass establishment and this shitty ass system.
Of knowledge is a
roadmap.
powerful
Yeah,
thing.
right, it
and we
is.
appreciate you bringing it on. Where can our listeners find you, Connie?
So Connie Reguli, I'm easy to find because I'm like the only one in the world, I think. Reguli. I do a lot of my social media comes through Facebook.
Okay.
And I do a little bit on the others, TikTok and Instagram and stuff, mostly just
Okay.
kind of flooding out some clips and stuff.
Yeah.
But I have a Family Forward project, which we are families who've been affected by CPS all across the country. We have about 33,000 members there. And then I just do my lives and stuff generally through the Facebook audience. But I'm looking forward to also developing, a podcast format on really radically free Tennessee. Like, what do we need to do to be
That's
radically
amazing.
free
Yeah.
and want to continue to engage with you?
Yeah.
And I will say it's a calling. It's a
Yes,
calling.
it is.
And
Yeah.
when you
Definitely have my support.
when
Yeah.
you have a
Okay, guys, and I would encourage everybody to go to Connie's Facebook, and it's going to be ConnieReguli. Okay, and it's right here on the screen. And I don't want to misspell it in the chat, so but definitely go over there. I'm going to join her group. I'm going to join up and support her, because it takes, again, a lot of courage to stand up and to talk about these things. But it's also, as Buck was saying, so important for people to learn from her and her experience and what she's gone through, what she has witnessed from these families. It's going to help many, many people.
to engage with you.
Yeah.
And I will say it's a calling. It's a
Yes,
calling.
it
is.
And
Yeah.
when
Definitely
you
have my support.
when
Yeah.
you have a calling, you just get up and do it every day. You just say, God, just put me where you want me to be right
Yes,
now.
ma'am.
Absolutely.
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
I say that every
I agree.
day. Just use me as a vehicle.
Yeah.
Give me some spiritual protection, because I need
Yeah.
a lot of it.
Believe me,
Yeah,
as
exactly.
much as I can. Pour it on me.
Yeah, give me the good people today, not the bad ones.
Not the bad ones, But yeah, it's been a great interview, and y'all make sure y'all tune in, because we will be following up with Miss Connie and giving y'all more of her story, more of my story, and just more education on the political world and the political things that are good and bad within throughout Nashville.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And let us know next time you take a trip to the White House. Let us know. Like Brooke and Buck are on board to
We
go
are
with
on
you
board.
to the White House to support the cause.
We will bring Miss Represented out there so fast.
Yeah. All right. Okay, we will do it. We'll
Yeah,
do it.
definitely. Let's go.
All right, guys. So really great content, in my opinion. So definitely go check out Brooke's channel, and I'm gonna go ahead and keep playing Seth's live. But I just wanted you guys to see that, and I wanted it to be a part of this live because I feel like it's just so important to put things into perspective. And we just don't even think that, you know, we would be dealing with any of this, but it is just more supporting evidence and more of talking about these facilities. It's just really, I'm just very grateful to have and appreciate people that are willing to speak up on this subject because we need to know. It's very unfortunate. It is. It's horrible.
But I think if something like that does occur, and hopefully it shouldn't even go out that far, that it may need to go like into the cooler months when the trees start, you know. I don't know how you feel about that, but I did want to ask that question. I saw it.
I mean, we all know Betty don't care. You know,
Yeah.
I don't care, but when I hold something, my whole thing is everybody that shows up needs to be safe.
Yeah.
You know, I can only protect people so much. The rest of it falls on your own shoulders.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why I stopped. The threats were bad enough that I stopped actually getting people together in groups because a group of people is a target. And I stopped telling people, you know, for meeting up because they were becoming targets. And the last thing I want is people to get hurt while searching for my son.
Right.
I want to find my son, and I don't have a problem putting myself in danger to find my son.
Too much to do?
Yes, all that is unseen. That is from Misrepresented. I'm going to get you guys the link too, really quick, so you can sub up. I wanted to go over also and hit Facebook as well, so I'll get you some more links too for Connie.
When other people want to show up when we're doing protests and stuff like that, I'm going to try my best to make sure everybody stays safe. But, you know, there's crazy people out there.
How do you feel other than putting up flyers respectfully, can advocate without harming your son's case? What can we do? What would be helpful?
Talking about Sebastian showing his flyer. I mean, those are the things that I have been told by FBI is the best thing that I can do is continue to spread his flyer and continue to keep the awareness up. And the farther those flyers reach from coast to coast to everybody is the best thing I can do.
Yeah.
I mean, my FBI liaison has told me that the flyers are the reason the tips keep coming in. Well, if the flyer is the reason the tips keep coming in, we got to push the flyers out farther, to more people, to everybody.
Oh yeah.
I mean, as for Sebastian's law, yeah, I'm going federal. That way, all states would have to comply with it because it'd be a federal law, and I don't want any other parent to have to go through this. I know there's parents that are going through it right now. It's it's not it's hard to even imagine what's going on. It's,
I agree.
I don't wake up and go, this is my life. Everybody should enjoy it. I mean, I wake up going, where's my son? What do I need to do to find him?
Yeah.
Can you verify that there were cameras inside the home per Nina?
I mean, if Nina is saying there was cameras in there, it's because Chris has stated that there was cameras in there to her. I mean, Katie told me they had a camera in there.
Hey, Amara.
Seth, can you? I hate to kind of keep bouncing back, but Sumper's mom is asking, and I've seen her ask before. So, and I think a lot of people want to know how they can help with Sebastian's Law. Can you break it down? What would really help you out to get that out to everybody in different states?
I'll put up a PDF so that it can be printed out. The email address to reach out to me is wearesebastiansarmy@gmail.com. And long plan made short, need multiple people from every state to be making appointments with their representatives and get Sebastian's Law in their hand and get your representatives to understand that you won't be happy if it doesn't get passed. So it's got to go from one hand to another. And we have to start in our state with our representatives to get them all on the same page to push it to the Senate.
And people are asking if there's any elected officials that are helping you. How can they with elected officials?
I am in contact with one person here in Tennessee because he's my representative. If I reach out to a representative from Sumner that's over Sumner County area, they're not going to speak to me. Not because they don't want to speak to me. The fact is I don't live in their area.
It's all about votes, guys. It's all about votes. And as we were listening, to that podcast just now, again, misrepresented podcast, they really broke it down, right? So this is a perfect segue into what Seth is trying to do with Sebastian's Law and also what he's doing locally. But he needs all the help that he can get. And, all that is unseen, he is tired, I'm sure. He doesn't get a lot of sleep. He's constantly doing everything he can to find Sebastian, also behind the scenes and trying to get justice where he can. And I mean, I bet he's exhausted 99.9% of the time, but he just keeps going, right? Because Sebastian needs him to. And he, I'm sure needs to also get the word out there. I mean, it's got to be horrible for him to have to deal with that.
So they don't want to hear anything I have to say. It's like, I mean, it's the way politics work. If you're not in their voting area, why do they want to listen to your problems?
Oh, sorry about that, guys. I was looking for Connie Reguli on Facebook, and I realized we got an ad. Sorry about that.
Seth, would Sebastian be graduating this coming up May, or I mean, next May?
Yeah.
So has his class or his teachers reached out? Do you know, to Katie or anybody? For example, somebody's asking me to dedicate anything to the yearbook if he's not found, or create a scholarship, or have you thought about that? Or any awareness campaigns?
I haven't thought of, I mean, I've been contacted, and it's probably been like a year or so,
Mm-hmm.
about somebody wanting to do a scholarship. I haven't even thought about that stuff. I've been trying to find my son.
I know.
You know,
And I'm guessing.
Susan Smith. I've spoken with Don Schmidt. He's a really good guy. He's fighting against a lot of corruption in Sumner County. Um, and I wish him the best. But what I'm talking about is our representatives within the federal government, our state representatives that are in your area. Those are who need to be reached out for Sebastian's Law. Commissioners and stuff like that are great for getting things taken care of on the local level. But with Sebastian, we've got to get it up to Congress.
Okay, so get that push.
Now, I haven't spoken to the principal at Beach, and I don't know what they're doing. I guess I mean, obviously school's not in right now, and it's unbelievably hard every time I go to Sumner County. And
I'm sorry. Mm.
there's nothing for you to apologize for.
It's just heartbreaking, man.
Just
Yes, it is.
Can you ask U.S. Marshals to find Sebastian?
I have spoken to the U.S. Marshals. They're kind of limited on what they can do because of Sumner County.
I think that goes back to, and correct me if I'm wrong, but whoever's in charge of the investigation, they have to invite, unfortunately, the
The
outside.
person who's in charge
Yeah.
of the investigation is the person that would be telling them what to do, what they'd like from them.
Yep.
Well, and when they, could have done the right thing and they didn't, it's going to be hard pressed to find them doing that. And I believe so too. Sleuth intuition, I do believe that Sebastian's out there, and all that is unseen. Thank you so much. She says I'll try and write my reps to ask for co-sponsors. Yeah, I think once we get a PDF version, we can do a lot to awareness through emails and things like that. But I know it does take people to physically take it to their reps, because that's what politicians do. They shake hands and kiss babies, and they love to be around the people when they're trying to win. And I mean, I feel the same about all of them across the board. I'm not big into politics, and I just know that I have morals and values, and a lot of times they just don't align with many of what we see out there, from these politicians. They're very aware, in my opinion, that these facilities exist. So is the federal government. There's a 138-page report that we haven't gone over. That maybe someday we will nerd out on it, and just go over all of it, because it's something that is not a secret, that there is, all forms of abuse. Um, Thank you, Bo, for dropping the links. In these facilities, these schools, these behavioral centers, whatever we want to call them, they're privately owned. They're getting money from the state. They're getting money from the feds. They're getting money from everybody, and yet the children are falling through the cracks, abused. They're beating up on each other, and it's being encouraged by the staff. They're not getting proper education or health, care, nourishment, for their mind, body, or their souls. And then you wonder why all of these kids are getting out of these places and going either straight to jail or onto offend. And, it's just, it's a vicious cycle, and it could be preventable. When we know better, we can do better. So we need to do better. Obviously, it's just terrible, and my heart just goes out to Seth, that he's caught up in the middle of a lot of this stuff,
I don't.
and Sebastian, of course. But again, I'm talking about Seth's live here, where he is trying desperately to find his son, to gather resources, to gather people together, to push these laws so that no other family or child has to go through this again.
Know if a federal judge can what they can do, but that's it's one of the reasons for the lawsuit. So
Yep.
one of the reasons for the filing is to see if I can get the case moved.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car.
Oh, and Scranton, I definitely watch The Office. It's one of my all-time favorite shows, honestly. I was just about to type that into the chat, but it's one of my all-time favorites. So, yeah. Hey, Skagorski, good to see you. Yes, thank you for being here. Hey, I subbed up to your channel too. Alicia Navarro was found. I hope the same for Sebastian. Yeah, there's so many different situations where we're hearing, that a child is found alive or being held somewhere. And, again, just with all the research, sleuth and intuition, I just feel like this could be a very feasible and probable option that could have been a part, especially with these new filings, because they were so heavily involved. I mean, they were exercising the Title IV. They were doing the FASTs. They were obviously more reports also, because we only know about the two that are detailed in this filing. But it really solidifies what we thought happened to Sebastian, just not to the level where we were thinking that, there could be, a school that was chosen. Again, my thinking is that Katie holds the answers and the key to that. And it's not to blame her and be like, oh, I know she knows. But here's the thing. If we don't have any footage of Sebastian at all in the neighborhood, and that neighborhood is chock full of cameras, and we're at that time as well, because I know it's 2.5 years later now. But at that time, there was, no opportunity for Sebastian to leave undetected, especially out the front door. None of the windows were, left open or unlocked even. So in my opinion, Katie holds the key. And I just don't know what could have happened, but I do have a couple of theories. And this one is one of the top theories. And we've done like extensive research about it too. So that's another reason for the theory, just the amount of money that they're making on these kids and the fact that Sebastian was so heavily involved in the system. And thank you, Bo. So yeah, it's just like really something that is very hopeful. And then I have, some other kind of darker theory, that since Mr. Chris is such a vile, awful, subhuman creeper, in my opinion, it scares me for Sebastian. And so I do worry that something horrible could have happened here, but I just don't think that it did. I think that Sebastian needs justice no matter how we slice it, and so does Seth. Um, especially at this point. But I do think Sebastian is somewhere out there, and that's that theory overtakes a dark any dark theory that may come up. We have his mom and stepmom, or excuse me, his mom and stepmom, his mom and stepdad, stepfoot, um, were horrible to him, and they were very outward with that hatred, and everybody knew it, and that's so sad to think about, because Sebastian's a sweetheart. He's a kid, and I wish somebody would have reached out to his dad. So, hey, Metal Dust. In my opinion, I think Katie is more dangerous than Chris. He is arrogant and he has a big mouth, but I think Katie could be more violent. Yeah. Metal Dust, I have for the longest, kind of, I don't want to say defended Katie, but I always thought it was more so Chris than Katie. But I think that you could be right. And even more so, it makes me think that they're absolutely either equal or, equally dangerous, or Katie maybe more so, because I do think Katie's a ringleader, and I know that she's very good at manipulating people. Chris and Katie both are. It's like why Mr. Chris has had 4 wives. And I mean, they're all very pretty ladies that I've seen pictures of. And so, I mean, how did Mr. Chris get Nina? Well, I mean, he didn't act like that, right? His mask dropped, but he didn't act like that when he first met her. She never would have given him a second glance, So, yeah, KP knows who she handed him off to. Exactly. I mean, Scranton, and that's the thing. Like, I just, everything supports that, right? Everything that we know supports that too, when it comes to the Texas Roadhouse video. And again, that's where my brain went right when they were talking about, Connie and Brooke and Buck were talking about it on the Misrepresented podcast we just watched. And it was like my mind went straight to the Texas Roadhouse. Like, I just wanted to, if I had more time, I would have downloaded that and then put the Texas Roadhouse video over them talking. So then that way, because it's just, that's exactly where my mind went, and that's assuming that, Sebastian never made it home. Look, when Seth was talking about how he asked for a proof of life video, and that was the proof of life was leaving the Texas Roadhouse, that makes me think there could have been a handoff on the way home from the Texas Roadhouse. Like, you're not taking anything with you. We're taking you away right now, right? But could that have been something that happened in the middle of the night also? Because, look, I'm here to tell you that the green hoodie looked like she was getting her ass reamed by Katie. There was some sort of a commotion. Everybody turned around to look at it. There was a scene. They caused a whole ass scene in front of the Texas Roadhouse, and that lady waited by Katie's vehicle. And then the police just clear that person, because we were never supposed to see the Texas Roadhouse video, guys. If it wasn't for Dog the Bounty Hunter and them, I mean, again, I wish they would have done better for Sebastian, but they did that. And we saw it. And we never were meant to see that. We were all meant to believe a fairy story. Oh, everything was great. We made spaghetti pancakes. Yay, spaghetti pancakes. Google it, y'all. Google it, y'all. You know? Yes, diabolical. I love that word, by the way. That's such a good word for all of this. Diabolical. He's a moron. Coffee Crime Cat says, and she's diabolical, in my opinion. Yeah, we've definitely seen Katie show her ass, right? And she's very sneaky. She's very, very calculated, that woman is. I don't think she's as smart as like Mike Damon was saying. No. No, but I do think she's ultra manipulative. And sometimes that's better than being smart, right? You can take advantage of a lot of people that way. You can fool a lot of people that way, being ultra manipulative. And that's what Katie knows how to, that's all she knows to do, you know? And she gets kudos from Cruella Bowersox when she acts evil and takes people to court and holds them up in court and sues them. In my opinion, it is absolutely wretched. They're both very temperamental. That's a good word too. Very much. And very defensive. Hey, Deborah Dixon, good to see you. The reaction we got from Katie, the video of them at the Texas Roadhouse, that was telling, in my opinion. Yeah, she didn't want us to see it. She was like, give me a copy of that. I got to get ahead of this shit, right? That's what she's thinking. I swear it is. Prove me wrong. Okay? Allegedly, in my opinion. Prove me wrong, though. I would love for somebody to prove me wrong on that. Because believe me, I don't like sitting here thinking that a mom would do that and anything horrible to Sebastian. Taking him away, putting him in any of these places. It's just as scary to think he's in one of these places. In my opinion, we don't know what's going on. And that's the whole reason for this lawsuit for Seth is he's like, I don't know where my child is. Like, I still don't know where he is. I need to find him. They did an improper investigation. They won't talk to me. So, thanks for being here, Metal Dust. I appreciate you. And I hope you have a great day. Katie was not happy about the video being released at all. No, she wasn't. Yeah, cleared and then dead green hoodie, right? Well, see, I mean, I don't think it was the same person, but they definitely were trying to show Seth who the green hoodie actually was. Unbelievable. Yeah, she knows when not to speak. Yep, she knows when to let Chris run his mouth, right? Total distraction. Oh, yeah, and then we're sitting there pissed off about what Chris said because we can't stand him and we're not even, focused on Sebastian anymore. It's like, here's the fucking sideshow. Oh, sorry, but here's the Fukin sideshow coming. She will use it to her defense when the time comes. And, we all know the first to squawk is the first to walk. So I really do hope that they come forward and come clean. I mean, it's going to be something when we finally hear them getting deposed, which I hope they do. And again, discovery, going through and getting and gathering information is going to be key, in my opinion. Oh, sorry guys, I had it on mute. I had it on, I think here, we'll just go this. Okay.
Because I'm tired of hearing the same generic thing from Sumner County. When I'm out there, they don't want to talk to me. I'm going to ask them questions. I want to know where my son is. What are you doing to find my son? They don't. They're not willing to answer those questions.
Well, and Paula was asking, did you ever get a reason, or what was the reason given for no one contacting you. Have they ever like said anything like we're sorry we didn't contact you, or did they give you a reason? She's wondering.
They haven't given me any reason. I haven't talked to them. There's been no communication.
And
That's why.
also, guys, there's that 18-month blackout period that is mentioned in the lawsuit, right? And I was thinking, that can't be right. Is it that long? Because I remember when, um, well, it was right around Christmas time, well, it was December, and it was a year into the investigation. And Seth was like, well, I have some renewed hope in law enforcement, but it has been 18 months from the filing. And I'm going back and I'm like, oh, it really has been. I mean, can you imagine? And that's a year in. It's absolutely awful to think about that. It's so sad. There's no reason not to transfer custody to a non-custodial parent if there's a problem, unless you don't want the child to talk, allegedly, in my opinion. Just saying. Well, and I mean, I think that's a strong theory too. It's like there was a lot that was going on, and Sebastian is a very sensitive, caring kid, right? You can see that even not knowing him, he has this like such a good heart, and he feels things deeply. He's not shallow, right? And so when you have a kid like that, there's going to be a residual when you have a person, an individual like that, because you don't grow out of that stuff. I know I'm that sensitive kid, right? I always was. And people are like, you're too sensitive. Well, I guess I am, but I just don't like that shit. I mean, I would have a problem with it, right? And everybody deals with things differently. But I think it would have came out, definitely, all that is unseen. I believe that Sebastian would have finally said something once he felt safe and comfortable, and he may have needed some help with those issues because they would still be bothering him. Not that he's still in that environment, but that it was still bothering him because he's still healing from it. And some people can bury it and never bring it up again. He's not like that, in my opinion. Again, I don't know Sebastian, but you can see his heart for other people. You can see how it was affecting him just in the paperwork, and the small details that we know are huge details, right? These little nuggets of truth are huge details and insight into what Sebastian was going through and how he was dealing with it and how he was trying to cope with it and what he was having to endure, more and more abuse. Maybe she'll sing when she and CP split up. It's coming, in my opinion. I'm wondering. I'm wondering. I sure am wondering about that. Wild. That's wild to think.
Allison, are you talking about Jackson, Mississippi? Or Jackson, Tennessee?
Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. We got some more ads, which are good. What's good? That's okay. Nothing wrong with ads. Yeah, Sonia says they had the gall to tell Seth to fill out an application if he wants answers, and I heard that with my. I mean, I think I might have even been live when that was said. You know. Oh yeah, I heard it, and how horrible is that? No, you guys do your job.
We all know that Sumner County has nothing but contempt for me. And I don't care. I don't care who hates me, who likes me, or anything. I want to find my son. Finding Sebastian is my only goal. I have other side quests that I'm working on. Sebastian's Law is one of them, because what I'm going through, I don't think any parents should be going through what I'm going through. And the
No,
only
and no child should be in the house left there, to fend for themselves when he's literally telling them, I'm scared and I don't know what's going to happen. And just to think that he was going through that is absolutely heartbreaking. I mean, there's no other way to think of it. Think about how Sebastian was feeling. Think about how he must have felt. Um, Having to stay there after he was so brave to come forward and try to get some help, and twice that we know of per the paperwork they left him there to fend for himself, not contacting his father. And he told DCS that he's felt safe and he has a father. um, I don't know, I'm sorry.
oh no, go ahead. I mean, uh,
I'm just
I don't.
over there on a roll because I was like, this is some bullshit. No, I'm just kidding. It's so weird to listen to myself. Um, that marriage will not end, says all that is unseen. They would lose spousal privileges to stay silent, allegedly. Well, I mean, I thought they were going to crack a long time ago. So I can't really say much because I was like, oh, any day now, like this thing, especially because obviously it was well known that they were having a lot of issues and a lot of people knew about it, um, or even alleged to know about it. And so, I mean, you got me there because they still have it and they're pretty thick as thieves. And then all of this, um, suspicious trip. Yes. Just the fact that Stinky Socks were laughing and joking at the house about jewelry the day Sebastian went missing and then took off to Alaska. Come on, LE, get your shit together. Well, and they were supposed to be doing that FAST 2.0, and that's supposed to evaluate everyone and assess them all. Especially now you have, I wonder if it was a priority one that came in on, because the other ones were priority 3. Well, now you have a missing child on top of having that heavy involvement from CPS. So now what? Right? Is it a level 1 all of a sudden? Because it should have been a level 1 to begin with. At least the second one should have been. I mean, unbelievable. And again, their priority levels go from 3, 2, and 1. So it's backwards. It's ass backwards. So priority 3 is the lowest priority.
I don't know if somebody please let me know if she's talking about Jackson, Tennessee, because I can meet her there with flyers.
Yeah, she said Jackson, Tennessee.
Okay, because I'm not. Chat's moving too fast for me to keep up with stuff in there as well and pay attention to things that are being asked. I'm sorry, I don't sleep much, so sometimes my brain's pretty addled. And
Please don't be sorry, Seth.
just try to keep it together.
It's okay, Seth. Is there any way that we could go through like change.org?
Okay, so poor Seth. Look, it is so hard to keep up with chat and what you're presenting and having people up on the panel. It is very it's like juggling, right? A lot of different things at once. And I think Seth does a great job. And it's just so hard because it's hard not to pay attention to chat. It's hard to pay attention to everybody on the panel and everything. So, Detroit, you're right. When two people are intertwined with each other, they take on each other's personalities and mannerisms. They don't care who is going to get hurt, and they get pleasure from others' pain, in my honest opinion. Yeah, I agree with that too. Yeah, very well said. And Chris and Katie do share a lot of the same mannerisms. They are very toxic. I believe they are both on the dark triad. I mean, that's my opinion. I'm not a doctor, but that's my assessment. Nonetheless, just what they all did to poor Nina and her family shows what they are capable of. I agree with that, Coffee, Crime, and Cats. And I've always thought that her story was very believable. she doesn't come out smelling like a rose either, and she admitted to a lot of her part in that. So I think Nina is definitely being honest and truthful, and it's just the best thing that can be done for Sebastian and you know yeah, because we need to know what happened before. We know that Chris has a history of abusing children, in my opinion.
Maybe something like that for Sebastian's Law.
From what was explained to me, but besides of how many actual people you need to have on it, it might be different if we're doing with like with Sebastian's Law and wanting it to be a federal law. Because I know I put in a thing into there about getting signatures to get it moved over to the FBI.
Yeah, because
And
I think 10,000 gets to representatives, right?
I don't. I'd have to look at their rules and regulations within it. I've been doing this pretty much the old-fashioned way of phone calls and emails, and
Yeah, and I think all of it will be very helpful. Um, the change.org petition, I think, is a very good idea. It'll get a lot more people involved, and those petitions, do gather signatures, and the more, signatures on the petition, the better chances you have of people, really taking it seriously.
I I was told that for any of these, there has to be your name, your address, all that sort of information needs to be put down for if you're doing a if you're my brain is not functioning and I'm not remembering the word petition. Yeah, to be petitioning for something within the state has to, yeah, you have to have your name, your address, you have to be in the area that you're taking it to the representative. I just don't know if an online petition is going to work, or how many signatures are going to be needed if they're literally going to actually push it. I mean, I've lost a lot of faith in a lot of things in the last 2.5 years on how things are supposed to work. And a lot of the stuff that I'm pulling from is literally civics and government from 11th grade. Okay. That was a while back. Longer than it's longer for Jen, but
Well, and here's the thing. It's very hard to get the ball rolling on things like this, and the fact that we're all out here, we could definitely help with that. And again, it just really takes all of us to do our part on that. Um, it's a scary thought that this could happen anywhere. It's very, very sad. That this could ever happen, and it needs to change. I hope that people would take it seriously. I would think of one of those petitions would be good for a federal level, because obviously that oversees the entire United States. It's not state to state. I see what Seth is saying, where you would have to have so many signatures, and the people would have to say that they verify where they live and everything in order for that to push through. Yeah, that would be more challenging, in my opinion.
just got to be able to get to the right people. And I'm hoping that I'll be able to get to the right people by what I continue to push.
Yeah, I guess it would be like Amara said. She Googled it, 10 to 100,000, but we could get those. We could get those signatures.
Well, if we started the online petition, the only thing I ask is nobody starts an extra one.
Right.
I started the online petition to get Sebastian's case moved from Sumner County to federal, to get the FBI to take it. And then there was like 3 others that were started
Amen.
after I started mine. And it's like, well, all the signatures are going to other ones instead of the one I started. Everybody needs to be on the same page.
Can you say that a little bit louder?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's so rude. That's so rude. And that's, in my opinion, deliberate trolling. You're taking signatures away from a petition that a father started for his missing son. Bravo. Again, it's just insane the lengths that people will go and how low they will go in order to derail a situation just because they're sick individuals, in my opinion, and need mental health services.
Let me mute.
I mean, everybody's got to be on the same page. So if I start it, I will share it on my YouTube. I will post it on my YouTube. But everybody's got to stay with that one post. Everybody has to, we have to focus. Light through a magnifying glass in order to make something burn. Did we go through all those questions?
We didn't go through all of them, but we went through a majority of them. There was some more. Yeah, there was some more that I could.
I will say I saw this in the chat. Person comes in and says, I came here for information on Sebastian. They came here for updates. The only update you're ever going to get from me is if I found Sebastian or if I haven't found Sebastian.
Every morning, 15 minutes, till September. That's all it takes to shock everyone.
Okay, sorry guys. Sorry about that. I had it muted. So yeah, there's some more really good questions coming up there. Up though so far.
I mean, I can't tell you what I'm doing behind the scenes until I'm ready for people to see it. Because if anybody's been paying attention, it's me versus that county. That county doesn't like me. The county never even informed me of what was going on with my son. There's some messed up stuff in that county. And I honestly believe that, a lot of it has come from the step monster that was residing with where my son lived.
Yeah, Mara, you know that county is corrupt. You already know.
And I will definitely put this out there. If you live in that county and you're open about critiquing them, please be careful. Because they don't play by the rules. They make up their own rules.
That's very apparent. Well, that's what's scary. That's what's really scary.
I mean, honestly, Sumner County, I don't care if you follow me around when I'm driving into Sumner County or around Sumner County. I use my turn signals. I do the speed limit. I wear my seatbelt. And all my stuff is up to date. Thank you. And I do appreciate the escort you do give in following me around. I just don't know if you guys are going to shoot me or not. And then lie about it because your body camera is not working or something.
Stevie33 asked, why did Katie cancel a doctor's appointment for Sebastian a couple of days before he went missing? And Cheryl Barbane, 91, was asking if the appointment was canceled or rescheduled.
The appointment wasn't rescheduled. And she didn't give them a reason why she canceled it. And therefore, I don't know why she canceled it. Because she didn't even bother to tell me that she canceled it.
Was there ever any therapy sessions with the parents, or was it always just with Sebastian?
The lady would come to the house and literally just work with Sebastian. She would speak to when she came here, or when she was doing it over the phone, because sometimes she did it over the phone with Sebastian. She would speak to me, and my question to her is, are we having improvements? Are you seeing noticeable improvements with him?
And is it true that Cajun Navy was threatened? And if so, do you know from whom they were threatened?
Okay, guys. So I want to unpack some of this a little bit. Hey, Seth, good to see you. And Metal Dust, I'm not sure if the Alaska trip was looked into. In theory, they would because they were looking into all the family members and everybody surrounding Sebastian, but it doesn't seem like they did a very good job. Um, and hey, excuse me, Nisi Tincher says, I was on a live once with a TikToker and I would like to know, does anybody know what happened to the David guy? I am not sure. Not sure. Um, but so, I think it's interesting here again with the appointment. Katie did not reschedule it. Also, that Sebastian was seeing the counselor. We did know that. We were aware of that. But again, why wouldn't she reschedule it? Why did she cancel it? Very interesting, and that is a part of the filing as well. And we need to do a deep dive into that.
Uh, I I do know who initially threatened them. Uh, there is a there is a what is it? A horse ranch in Sumner County. Those were the initial people that threatened them.
All right, so there was a horse ranch in Sumner County that decided to allegedly threaten the United Cajun Navy. How strange is that?
The ranch right there by his house, the
Yep,
horse ranch.
that's
Because
what was
Lady
told.
Freedom had put up a thing from the spokesperson, the vice president of Cajun Navy, and he was saying that not even the law enforcement wanted to find Sebastian.
Yeah, I know. I saw those posts, and I
So did the law enforcement ever harass them?
law enforcement, they contacted Sumner County to tell them about the threats. Sumner County said, "Well, that's out of our jurisdiction. You need to call Davison County." So, from my understanding, they turned around and filed the reports with Davison County.
It's interesting. They were in Davidson County when that occurred, and so it was under their jurisdiction,
Correct.
not Sumner. Okay, thank you.
That's what was told to me. Yes, I saw what the VP of Cajun Navy put out there, and I immediately called Todd, and I sent him those. I was like, what is your VP saying? Because I want to find my son. And if he's going to put out general things about parents, he better explicitly say which ones, because he doesn't need to include me in that shit. Excuse my language. Stuff.
Okay, so yeah, well, it was very vague also, but it's very interesting still that they weren't specific about who they were getting threatened by, that would make them have to have a security assessment, right, to come back to the area. I do find that to be interesting. So yeah.
And I haven't heard back from Todd Terrell.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get some clarification on that.
It would be. Todd, my phone number's still the same. Give me a call.
Sorry.
And of course, Sebastian, if you see this, I am looking for you. My phone number is still the same. Call me, son. I need to come get you. I don't care what it takes to come get you. I just need to know that you're alive and where you're at, and I'll be there.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, let me just take care of that. I forget that I can mute you all. So I forget that I can do that.
Chasing True Crime was asking when did they, or excuse me, when they did the FAST with all of those people, can you confirm they never reached out to you for a potential placement?
DCS has never spoken to me.
Thank you. And then also she's asking, did you become aware of more of the DCS stuff after the FAST, the 2.0 in March, after Sebastian, the March 1st to 5th?
The first time I heard that DCS was involved here was my son in Tennessee, was when Christopher Proudfoot was on a podcast talking about this was the second time this lady had been here. That was the first time I had heard about DCS.
Wow.
Listening to a podcast, listening to some subhuman talk about DCS being at the house for the second time, and it was the same lady. When that was, no parent should find out from a YouTube podcast that DCS has been just involved with their child's life. No parent should ever get that type of information that way.
Never. Ever.
Yeah, that's no way to find out. I mean, you don't want to find out anything like that, and but that's definitely not a way to find out.
Crazy. No, it's not, Jen, and no parent would want to be in that position. None of us would want to find out that way, and that would be just so horrible. I mean, Diane was asking, now that these filings have been submitted to the courts, what's next? What's the next step, or what happens next? Excuse me.
Well, there's several different things when it comes to federal court. Our next meeting is supposed to be November 12th at 10 p.m.
AM, right?
I'm sorry, AM. Yeah.
No worries. Oh, Bo, he said a subhuman, which I've said that a couple times now that Seth said it. I was like, that's a good one for Proudfoot, for Stepfoot. But yeah, so we do have some upcoming, an upcoming conference in November. So that was very quick, or fairly quick, that there'll be a status conference, I guess is called. Grace, that's what we're here for.
And from my understanding, that is to put all the attorneys on the same page with everything that's going on, and for the judge to respond to anything that is trying to dismiss. And then from there, I think what was told to me was 21 days after that meeting is when they should have everything filed, if they're trying to dismiss it and stuff like that.
Okay, guys. So, again, that was a good little nugget there that we find out that that is going to be, um, a status conference on moving forward. Because they're going to need to set the date and everything like that. Of course, I would imagine that some of them are going to ask for it to be dismissed. But we're praying for a positive outcome all around in this. We're praying that Sebastian will have his case reopened and a fresh set of eyes put on it. The FBI, they need to do a proper investigation. In my opinion, they did not do a proper investigation. It is very apparent, and they have supporting evidence. It is absolutely mind blowing that DCS could get away with something like this. Honestly.
Mandy, Spirit Seeker Squad wants to know, can you clarify when you took a polygraph test? Was it just on Nancy Grace or did you take one from Ellie also?
I only took the one from Nancy Grace. I volunteered TBI in Sumner County, and they told me there was no reason for me to take one. If they still wanted me to take one, I'd take one. I don't care.
Yeah, but they probably knew that it would be a waste of time and resources, energy, in my opinion. Hey, Justice Jane. And Metal Dust says, I wished I would have known when Seth came to Bristol. I would have loved to meet him. That's where I live. Oh, yeah, yeah. I know it's crazy. I do still wonder about the Alaska connection, but it's not something I've done a whole lot of deep diving into. I'm I would like to, though, because again, we do know that Kathy and Terry were traveling around quite a bit after Sebastian went missing. So I think it would be fair to look into that.
That's why I didn't. That's why I didn't have a problem volunteering to take the one from Nancy Grace.
Yeah, glad you did. Glad you did. I'm looking through these questions, making sure we got them.
Well, I see the one that just came in from Lisa. The next thing that I plan on doing is reaching out to the Department of Transportation in all the states and see if I can get them to actually put Sebastian's flyer up behind the plastics at all the rest stops, or if they will allow me to. If they allow me to, then I will be doing a lot more driving, and you guys might see me on the road. I might go live if that turns into something that I need to do. If they're not willing to do it, or if they're willing to let me do it.
That'd be cool.
There'll be a lot of pictures being taken. I had to go put flyers on every one of the welcome to this state, and there's a flyer.
I think that would do you a world of good, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You
Choo
guys
choo's mommy.
tried to get me to go have fresh air. You realize that was like 100 degrees, right?
I can only tell you from experience, it would be good for you. It's good for the soul.
Outside may be classified as fresh air, but when you go outside and you're taking a nice deep breath of what feels like just came out of your oven, that's not fresh. That's just heated. Okay. And the humidity's been horrible too.
It has been horrible. Choo Choo's mommy asked, we were told that residential homes were considered in November 2022. Seth didn't want Sebastian sent out of state. Is that correct?
Say that again.
We were told, Choo Choo's mommy, we were told that residential homes were considered in November 2022. Seth didn't want Sebastian sent out of state. Is that correct?
I didn't have a problem with him listen, when they reached out to me about this stuff, the first thing I'm thinking of is what's he going to do for the summer? I'm thinking summer program, you know, a month or
Right.
whatever. I did it. My parents, it's not that they said, but I was in scouts. So for the whole summer, I was up in the mountains doing mountain scout, you know. So learning the native plants, knowing what they can do.
Yeah, guys, and it's a good thing. And that question, in my opinion, is from somebody who's trolling and wanted to catch something up on Seth. They do not, she says that they were told this. Who told you that? Because that's not correct, in my opinion. But I do like the route that Seth went on this question because a lot of times parents will look for summer camp opportunities for the kids, and honestly, I'm glad that my mom did that for me when I was growing up, right? And that I was involved in things and that I could go and do those types of things because the summer can be really boring, right? And, you know, especially when, you know, maybe you have different interests and things that you want to work on. Again, like volleyball camp was really fun. Again, cheer camp, things like that. It's age appropriate, and I did different things. I never got sent away to a camp like for the entire summer, also. But then again, I don't know what they offer kids nowadays. Um, Again, I don't really think it's relevant. Um, the fact of the matter is that Sebastian was having issues and Chris and Katie did not want him in the house anymore. So they were looking for a permanent placement for Sebastian, in my opinion. They were not looking for, because that's what most of these residential facilities are, right? They put the kids in there and they have to graduate to a certain level. That's how a lot of these programs are, and they don't get out until they're 18 years old, in my opinion. Now there's many different ones out there. um so just to throw that out there. um Yes, I did hear that, Justice Jane, and I actually have to do my part two on summer as well because I kind of went in a different direction. But yeah, good news in reference to Summer Wells's case. There is going to be another sheriff in Rogersville, Tennessee. Sheriff Ronnie Lawson is retiring. So Scott Stewart won the Republican primary in September. Well, that's great. I hope they re-examine Summer's case. I'm really hoping for that too. And then also, there's been a lot of renewed energy into her case since the Hatfield and McCoys talked about her, Fred and Sheila. So, um, yeah, exactly. I want to go to the dragon camp so I can get my own shoulder dragon. Right, exactly. I mean, I wish I would have done something fun like that. Like that would have been really fun to do, like a medieval camp. Oh my goodness, that would be fun. Um, I mean, who would want a dragon sitting in a fireball machine? Oh, that's hilarious. That is so funny. Okay, are you doing a live on Friday? I must have missed your question, Detroit. Well, cool. That's awesome. I didn't know that. So, well, great. Um, all right. Since I put in the Brooks Harlan stuff, I have to hold myself to doing a live tomorrow afternoon so we can finish this part three. And I apologize for not keeping it on the same night, right? But I've just been so busy lately. And but I want to kind of get caught up. And if Seth's doing a live, then I also would like to go over those questions as well. So yeah, I think I need to make, because we've gone 4 hours, but I really want people to pay attention to what everybody is saying in this part of the live. So, oh, okay, okay. I know that you had answered that in the last live. And I also need to start making some individual playlists because that way people can find information easier. Um, yeah, I just have a lot of organizing to do in that regard. Um, so, but yeah, I'll get those together. Because again, we've done a couple of parts like the lawsuit. I want to put that in one spot as a playlist so people can see that. Um, and I know I went long on some of those. Um, I think if the right person gets Candace pulled in for questioning by herself, she will eventually tell the truth. I think so. Metal she just seems like she's very avoidant, of talking. Don will talk to you all day, it seems. So, yeah. I mean, I think, yeah, it's so sad when it comes to the way Don and Candace act because the thing is too, I almost forgot this. Um, I guess apparently that was an old because I reposted it. This is where my sensitivity and my heart get the better of me, and this is why I can't be like a judge, because I'd be like, oh, this person could probably be rehabilitated or something like that, right? But because Candace was out putting out flyers of summer, but it wasn't recent. It was like she reposted something she already did in my from what I heard, because I thought, well, maybe the Hatfield and McCoy's going there, them talking to Fred and Sheila, right? That might have, lit a fire under that ass of Candace's, but apparently not. And I mean, we can't make these parents do things. And I mean, that was a hard part for me in Devlin Tate's case. I mean, his mom just flat out refused to do stuff, and then I would get it over to Tamara would get it together, and that was nice, and because we need the family to do it. And so that's why I did switch gears over to Sebastian again, just because it's difficult. It's difficult when you see Candace and Don pulling their fuckery and their fuck shit, and they think that they're getting away with it. It's so sad. And then we see Seth just working his butt off to find Sebastian, and we have so much to talk about in Sebastian's case. From every interview that we can go back upon, in my opinion, we can find major inconsistencies in Mr. Proudfoot's statements, but also we have a lot more clarity when it comes to what Sumner County Sheriff's Office did and didn't do. And the same goes for DCS and every individual player in that. I can't stress enough that we had the assistant district attorney involved. We had Ashley's Place Child Advocacy Center involved. We had juvenile court involved. We had the CPIT team involved. Sebastian was going to be taken out of his residence under Title IV. It is very, very concerning, to say the least. But it also, it's hard to wrap our minds around that. And some of us have dealt with CPS to that level where they have just been incredibly cruel and do whatever the hell they want because there's zero accountability, because they either hide behind the children or they hide behind that it's open impending litigation, and there's no accountability. And most of the time they just try to settle, like they did with little Harmony Montgomery and her mother Crystal that fought for her. you know. He is very used to it. Metal Dust says Don has been in trouble so much that he's used to the police interrogating him. I don't believe Candace is. Look how she acted on the behavior panel. She broke down. Yeah, she did the same thing on Dr. Phil. Oh, and I thought it was so funny that, Fred and Sheila, when they were on, and Fred called them Fred, said Phil Donahue. And I thought back to the days when we would watch Phil Donahue, but then I was like, oh, he means Dr. Phil. And he, that's when the cornbread mafia was brought up and Candace, shut down and all of that. And it was like, what are you crying now for? And some people would say, well, lady, you're mean for that. This is a grieving mom. And it's like, yeah, but just the way that the story doesn't add up. Right. And Candace is like breaking down at points where you wouldn't think she would. And other times she's just cold as ice. Summer's just gone. It's like, no, she isn't just gone. You know what happened. And where's Grandis? Where's Grandis? So, Sebastian and the truth will be found. I have faith in that. I do too, Metal Dust. Yeah. And, I have faith that Sebastian's out there somewhere. I know he is out there somewhere. And I do think, again, that Katie holds the key to finding him and knowing what happened. And, he needs to be brought home to his dad, in my opinion. Anyway, guys, I am going to try to get some sleep after this and try and, so we could do the part 3. And then I'll also do Night Court at night, where we'll do the Summer Wells review, because we still have a little bit more to review with Fred and Sheila. I don't think I'm going to review their live stream, although it was a good live stream. I did watch it, and I'm following. Yes, I liked Phil Donahue as well, Metal Dust. I did. I thought it was so funny though, because Fred said Phil Donahue, and then I just imagined Phil Donahue with his microphone and his hair. He had the glasses, and I'm like, oh yeah. And then I'm like, Phil Donahue, does he mean Dr. Phil? And then I said, oh yeah, he means Dr. Phil. Because they were on there, and see, that was the coverage that I saw. I didn't know anything about. It was like I got the starter course, right? It was like Summer Wells 101 was the mainstream media, but then you go on, YouTube, and you actually have Don Wells acting crazy. Thank you, Lori. Sweet dreams to you too. And like Candace being interviewed, I already saw that because I also saw Chris McDonough's coverage. So when Chris McDonough like goes underneath their little countertop weird thing that they got going on, I saw that and I was like, oh gosh. But I had no idea who Josh from the lab was, that Don had been on there, that he had been running his mouth everywhere, acting crazy. I had no idea. So, mental note, don't let Lady Freedom back on my panel. Oh my goodness, Seth. Well, hey, it's okay. I don't mind. I'll have to be, taking care of the trolls in the chat. Aw, you're welcome, Bo, and thank you so much. Man, you're old. I don't know what happened, but I thought you went off an hour ago. Good. Another hour to watch. Well, great. Thank you. Thanks, Sammy. No, what happened is that I clicked on the little X on accident when I was clicking over Windows, and I dropped off for a second. So, yeah. But I'm definitely, I want to review this as a part 3 because I really want people to watch that piece with what Seth is saying, the threats. Then we're getting into some of this other, how we can help with Sebastian's law, and talking with this lady who's very versed, and these people who are local to Tennessee. I just think it all fits really well together. I don't want to, draw it out. And I know pretty soon here we're going to be talking about some other questions and answering some other questions. So, yes, and he does have like bright white hair, So But yeah, thank you guys. And thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. And again, we're going to just go full steam ahead because I was able to get some things taken care of. So hopefully we'll be able to do, more of getting back to the beginning, some of the things that were said, some of the statements that were made. I always like to go straight from the horse's mouth. So hopefully we can do that. All right, guys. Well, I love you all so very, very much. And I will see you all next time.